All right. How are you, Tom?
I just woke up from a nap. How are you?
Good. I've been up a while today. I was playing with my son earlier. Do you have any kids?
No,
No. Are you going to have kids someday, do you think?
I am not sure yet.
Not sure. Interesting. I like the facial hair. Suits you well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I thought you and I could do a bit of a philosophical show and tell. I'll show you mine and you show me yours today, and we can work through some different categories and
Oh, is this an
have some
OnlyFans
fun.
stream? Dang.
Yeah, that's what I try to do at Pangburn. I'm really working my way up to OnlyFans as quickly as I can. I heard there's a lot more money in that than philosophy.
Depends
Yeah,
who's
if only
hosting.
we had the looks, right?
You know,
Um, yeah, cool. So, I first wanted to mention to everyone that you should go and check out and purchase TJump's book, Objective Morality Without God. I have to be honest, I haven't read the book yet, but I've been able to pull a lot of information via the internet about the book. I am going to buy the book. It seems very interesting. Um, and you, Tom, created this book with Rick Matson. What made you want to work with Rick, and what are some interesting things that came out of the book?
Rick is a local pastor. I've known him for quite a while, since before I started my YouTube channel. I've done a number of debates with him. Very nice guy, very amenable, easy to work with. So, like, some of the challenges when writing a book are having someone who communicates, solves problems, being able to fix things on a regular basis. And Rick is very easy and good to work with, intelligent human being, very good at philosophy. He's got a master's degree in several different topics. So he's a great interlocutor for philosophical debate. He's very good at assisting with the book writing process because he has a lot more experience with it than I did. So he was a great partner to work with for writing my first book.
Cool. Well, I'm in the process of finishing my first draft for my first philosophical work right now. So I've been going solo on this one. However, I do have some other philosophers and members of this community who have helped me a lot by way of interlocution and being my study buddies through the process. And man, I think it really helps having a good, strong community working on this kind of stuff with you. I really do think that philosophy does, to some degree, need to be stood up, kind of like in the theatrical sense, and acted. By way of the dialectic. So I did want to start with that with you. Like when you think about the dialectic or conversation or discussion, whatever you like to call this, do you have any minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic that you've come up with over the years that help a lot for you, kind of managing your community or managing your own conversations? Are there things that are necessary for you to want to have a conversation or continue with a conversation?
Money, yeah, for sure.
Money,
Other than
cash
that,
money.
yeah, it kind of depends on what you how you define a fruitful conversation, because there's lots of conversations that can be very combative or not very intellectually stimulating, but can still be very fruitful in entertainment value or in learning aspects outside of a direct philosophical conversation. So, like, a conversations with Darth Dawkins or Matt Slick, presuppositionalists, where you're not really learning much about philosophy, but you're learning more about how to interact with those types of personalities, social skills, social dynamics, navigating different kinds of personality traits. So there's a breadth of different ways to define what a fruitful conversation is. And I think any conversation you have can be fruitful depending on what you're looking for to get out of it.
Yeah. Well, and I think of the imagistic analogy, and I think of, yeah, there are many different kinds of fruit trees with many different kinds of fruit that can be born out of them. There's the sweet mangoes. There's the sour sop fruits that we have here in Mexico. I live in Oaxaca, Mexico, and if you eat enough of them, you start seeing shit. Like there's a lot of different fruits that can be born out, and I agree with you. Depending on what is fruitful to oneself. Um, that definitely is going to be the arbiter of that direction. So yeah, so that's cool. For me, I prefer good faith and helpfulness as minimum requirements. Good faith meaning, honesty and sincerity of intention, and then helpfulness being basically having a shared assistance and trying to, assist each other in achieving whatever the common goals are for the conversation. And that doesn't mean I won't throw myself into some kind of like insane atmosphere where the fruits are going to be covered in poisonous spikes that are born out of this particular dialectic. I'll still do that, but I wouldn't necessarily consider it my ideal fruitful dialectic. But yeah, so I guess
Actually,
one
I
of
have
the
an
things is,
interesting.
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
I have an interesting comment on that. The most fruitful dialectics I've had recently have actually been with AI, like debating AI. Just set it to like academic professional standard, highest level debater, highest level intellect, rationality, and then just say, debate me, debunk everything about my position, prove I'm wrong. But then from that, I had to learn that you actually have to have a metric, a progress metric, because it'll just say you're wrong on literally everything. But if you give
Yes.
it a metric of, say, if I have addressed this to an academic standard or whatever, then count it as a point for me, and then just show me how much progress is made in the conversation, rate it out of a 1 out of 10 or whatever. Um, those kinds of conversations have led to some of the most intellectually challenging ideas I've had in a very long time. It's very rare that I have a debate with someone who is at the point intellectually that to be able to really challenge my ideas. There's been a
Right.
couple examples like Randall Rouser, Rob Coons, really big philosophical guys who helped me along my journey when I didn't know everything previously. Now I know everything. Now it's all solved. But
Yeah, well, I'm right there with you as with regards to AI teammate building and engaging in the dialectic with AI teammates. And yeah, I think just like any tool, you can create a sycophant out of an AI system, or you can create your greatest intellectual opponent. And that's what I've done in the process of studying and working on my book. Is I've tried to do the same as you're talking about, create an intellectual opponent that is good faith, helpful, passionate, but as academically rigorous as I can create. And yes, you're right that there needs to be some kind of achievement metric in there, or else it'll find a way to disagree with everything until the end of time, which can also be exciting. It's like, okay, how's it going to possibly disagree with this particular statement? And usually it finds a way that would at least be rhetorically convincing to some uneducated audiences, which I find really interesting that these systems can do that. And Thomas, my right hand man down here, who's a brilliant genius, he also has an AI called Buddy that he's created, that he does all of his study work with. So sometimes we will have our systems talking to each other and competing with each other and providing good, interesting, sometimes seemingly novel questions or ideas, which is kind of cool as these systems begin to advance. I thought it probably makes sense to talk about knowing a little bit to begin with here. So can you outline your epistemic framework? And I'd be interested to talk about that and share mine with you as well.
Sure. So most of my epistemology is built around addressing different kinds of fallacious arguments. So it's typically just standard definition of knowledge, JTB, justified true belief. I don't really care about getting your problems and the higher level complexity with it. Just grant it, whatever. But I delineate knowledge into three kinds: conceptual, empirical, and metaphysical. Conceptual knowledge is all the things in your head, personal experience, intuition, thoughts, ideas, everything that's just conceptually apparent to you. Empirical is things that are verifiable objectively, independently of any individual's perspective. And then metaphysical is the fundamental nature of reality, first principles, universals, absolutes, those kinds of things. And I think each of these have a different criteria of evidence required to justify claims about each of those tiers. So like if you say, if I told you I'm imagining a unicorn, you would be justified in believing me purely based on my testimony, because it's a conceptual claim about what I'm thinking, and the level of evidence I'm providing is just my testimony, which is conceptual evidence. So the conceptual evidence would justify the conceptual claim that I'm imagining a unicorn. But if I said I saw an empirically existing unicorn that actually existed somewhere, you would not be justified in believing me purely based on my testimony. You need something more, DNA, bones, something like we have for horses. Because if I told you I saw a horse, you'd be rational to believe me because we have lots of empirical evidence, objective evidence of horses. So
Right.
the empirical claims require more than conceptual evidence of testimony or intuition or imagination. They require empirical evidence. And metaphysical would be a further claim beyond that. It'd be claims about the fundamental nature of reality, where like something that is uncreated. Say we met God, like we went to heaven, we died. Would we be justified in believing that God was the fundamental nature of reality, or could it be possible he was created by a greater God that even he didn't know about? I mean, of course, there's no way to show that, or we don't have access to any epistemic means to create a stopping point for knowledge that couldn't be supplanted by a greater thing that we just haven't discovered yet. We haven't met an epistemic tool, with like one or two exceptions, that gives us a way to place a stopping point for knowledge that can't be usurped by some greater stopping point. The couple exceptions would be like the cogito. I think therefore I am. Can't be wrong. I can't be wrong about the belief I exist. If I believe I exist, I must exist in some sense. So with that exception, there's not really much we can do about fundamental claims of reality, which means those kinds of claims hold a much higher burden of proof than empirical claims. If you claim the universe is however many billions of years old, that claim requires a less evidence than the claim there is a God who created all of the universe.
Right.
And so many apologists usually try to conflate the two and say that religious claims are scientific claims, and any kind of evidence they provide would be usually requires less evidence than scientific evidence, and they have more scrutiny for scientific claims than they do with religious claims, which is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. Like when the ontological argument, for example, the claim that God is ultimately perfect aseity, has these divine attributes that are all one in many, makes no sense. These kinds of claims are claims of absolutes, the fundamental nature of reality that can't be challenged, that can't be overturned. And they're trying to support this with some silly philosophical arguments. Like that's a conceptual form of evidence made for a metaphysical sort of claim, which should just on the face of it be like, yeah, we can just dismiss that. Like, no, that's nowhere near the level of evidence we have for any kind of scientific claim, which is empirical claims and empirical evidence.
Right.
So that's basically my epistemology, is breaking down knowledge into three tiers and delineating claims and evidence into those three tiers based off of a number of philosophical distinctions. So I've mapped out a bunch of distinctions that already exist in philosophy, like rationalism versus empiricism, a priori, a posteriori, manifest for scientific image. There's a whole list I have on my Discord of things, and I mapped them onto this three-tier distinction to show how it kind of mirrors on to current philosophical dogma.
Right. Fantastic. And you mentioned JTB. If we could talk about the T for a second, truth. Would you say you make correspondence criteria primary with regards to truth? Do you consider coherentism or coherence criteria or traditional criteria, any of this stuff of any value outside of correspondence criteria, or how do you think about truth?
For each of the three tiers, I treat them differently. So for conceptual claims, coherence is perfectly fine. For empirical claims, mostly correspondence. Correspondence is definitely the primary metric for empirical and metaphysical claims.
Interesting. And you're also a physicalist like I am, correct?
Yep.
And when people get on your case about physicalism, what's your regular sermon?
Well, for physicalism, normally people are referring to that consciousness is a byproduct of the brain, and I'm an identitarian, so I think that consciousness is synonymous with the physical states of the brain. In the case of like full philosophical naturalism, I think, yeah, there's nothing beyond just the matter and energy in the world as far as we can tell. There's nothing beyond physical reality that we know of. There could be. I have no problem with that. There's no evidence of it.
Yeah. I use fallibilism as a necessary constraint It's the first of the six Pangburn virtues, fallibilism. I use it as a necessary constraint on epistemology, simply stating that we ought to be and are, in fact, by our very nature, open to update. And I think it's a good thing that we are, by our very nature, open to update, even if we profess otherwise. One of the things I would say about this is that I don't think, like, capital T true dogmatism can be achieved by a human being. And what I mean by this is people who claim to, be holding an incontrovertible truth about something, let's say, be it a god. They want to feel like, or claim, or profess that they are not open to update on this thing. It is impossible for them to be incorrect. But I think cognitive science shows us that human beings can't be completely closed off to update. It can be difficult to update, but I think fallibilism is a value, a necessary epistemic constraint where dogmatism necessarily goes to die. And I think it's true by our very nature that we can't hold incontrovertible truths. And I think it's something we should prop up as one of the greatest aspects of our being, that we are, in fact, seemingly always open to update. What do you think about fallibilism as a virtue?
Um, I'm assuming you're using fallibilism in the colloquial sense. Fallibilism philosophically means that you can have knowledge without absolute certainty, and infallibilism would be the opposite
Yep.
of that. That you can't have knowledge without
Yep.
certainty. So I absolutely am a fallibilist. Fallibilism is the consensus in academic philosophy that you can have knowledge without certainty, and I think that is the correct position. I don't think you need to be able to have certainty to have knowledge, and I also definitely agree that we should be able and be open to changing our beliefs and being wrong. And obviously, anybody can change anybody's belief. You just stick an electrode and charge it high enough. You can change anybody's belief. Um, I do disagree. I think there is one belief that we can't be wrong about. If you believe you exist, I don't think you can be wrong about that. I think that is the one infallible piece of knowledge that we have.
So,
There are a
okay,
couple
that's
other
interesting.
examples too, but that's the
Yeah,
primary.
yeah, that's interesting. So, I guess then the claim to that would be it's impossible for us to be wrong about that. Would you agree with that claim?
Yes, it is impossible
So,
to believe you exist and to be wrong.
right. So, and do you think that's impossible due to everything you currently understand about logic?
Um, I would say it's prior to logic, because logics, there can be
Okay.
many different logics, fuzzy
Yep.
logics, non-standard logics, quantum logics. But no matter what logic you're using, they simply describe some state of being. If there's a state of being where some conscious entity has a belief that they exist, regardless of which logic you're using to describe that, they're all going to finalize in the same thing, that it must be true that that belief is true. Unless it's
What?
some kind of
Yeah.
weird logic that isn't one of the standard ones.
Well,
Like,
this is what I was going to ask you. Like, isn't it at least possible that an alien could land tomorrow in your backyard and walk up to you and unveil why that proposition is not impossible? Isn't that at least possible to happen? Like, it's within
I
like quantum mechanical reality, isn't it? That like an alien could at least do that, even if we can't come up with what the alien would say. This is my defeater for any kind of infallibilist position, in that I just think even if we can't imagine how we could be wrong about the thing you just outlined, belief about the experience we're having, isn't it just always at least possible that something, including a possible God that possibly exists, could show us, or maybe not even be able to show us because of our stupid ape brains or whatever. So I'm really playing in the modal sphere right now. Just like, it isn't the alien example a defeater to that position?
no, no, because
Okay.
to have beliefs entails existence. So you can't not exist and have beliefs. And so it would be literally impossible by pretty much every logic, non-standard and standard logics, to have it a belief and not existing at the same time. Because they
except
all
for the
have,
aliens, except for the aliens logic, right? Because the alien is in this scenario showing you something that we could not come up with because there's an issue with ape brains that can't see this logical gap. I'm just saying, isn't that at least possible that an alien would have that we cannot comprehend?
also there's a different layers of possibility, like meteorological possibility, natural
Sure.
possibility,
Yeah.
philosophical possibility. And given all of the logics, they deal with existing in pretty much the same way. If you're doing something, you must exist. And you can come up with a language that says you can have a belief while not existing. And languages, logics are languages, as it says, like the very first sentence of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, logics are a formal language with a system of semantics. You can come up with a language that can have that be true. But can that language correspond to reality? No, probably no. That's pretty much no. There's no way to
So you,
come up
yeah.
with a language that would be a form of logic that could accurately correspond to reality. That
So
would
it
have to
sounds
be
like
you have to be
you
able to
have
learn
a
stuff.
you're kind of saying probably like as you're kind of describing your attachment to the certainty of the claim. It to me, it's hard to put my stake in the ground for even the cogito or anything like it because I just feel like I would need to know of the entire realm of possibility to truly be able to rule something as impossible. Does that make sense to you? Like, um,
Yes,
I
but that
yeah.
sounds like infallibilism, because fallibilism, the belief you can have knowledge without certainty. I don't need certainty to know this one fact. I can still have knowledge of it, even though I don't have 100% knowledge of
Oh,
everything.
okay. So you're not claiming that you have 100% knowledge about this. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. But that is
Yep.
that is the position of fallibilism. You can have knowledge, but
Yep.
you don't need certainty for it.
Yeah. No. That's my position as well. I think it's better described our relationship to our epistemological theories as confidence levels. Is would you agree with that? As
Maybe. I think it's
as a
broader than that
replacement
because
for okay, yeah.
I think the ideal of fallibilism would apply to any epistemology, independent of which type of metric you're using for confidence levels. Whether you have confidence levels, it's more just a much more broad claim, overarching beyond all of those different levels of analyzing evidence.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Um, why don't we jump into normativity a bit? I think that's going to be probably more interesting. So, what are your current normative positions?
Sure. So I believe I'm a moral realist. I believe in objective morality that's true, independent of any opinions, fact of the universe kind of stuff. I think the most plausible candidate for something grounded in objective morality is nature, because I think that's moral. I'm a physicalist, a moral realist, moral naturalist. But I think it's all natural, and I think it can't be grounded in a consciousness. It doesn't really make any sense because I think consciousness is an emergent property. It's not fundamental at all. I don't think there's any solid empirical evidence for this whatsoever. It's just philosophical arguments. So it's purely, there's no solid empirical evidence that can demonstrate that this actually exists. It's purely on the hypothesis stage. And we haven't gotten to the point where we've elevated it to a scientific hypothesis yet.
Yeah.
Um, but my conclusion is if we look at the patterns of moral intuition and moral progress, all the philosophical dilemmas, moral problems we've analyzed, and patterns that we've discovered across time and cultures and across species, they all point in the same direction. It's possible that's purely evolutionary, but it seems unlikely. And if it is the case that these are all leading in the same direction, and if it is the case that this direction holds consistently across not only life on this planet, but on other planets, or with AI who didn't evolve at all, then it would make sense that there is some undergirding constant in the universe that is driving our moral framework that is beyond evolution or beyond subjective means. I think this is highly the case. I make predictions about this of saying if we met aliens, they'd probably have the same kind of moral progress. If we discovered AI that just kind of like run itself, it would discover the same moral progress. These are predictions that if we discovered would be evidence of my hypothesis. But my conclusion is that this pattern can be described as a principle. Any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. So essentially forcing anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing is immoral. And that one principle can describe the entire pattern of moral progress and moral intuitions across presumably all time, where it would go if we had infinite time and infinite resources. This principle would accurately describe all of the pattern of morality throughout all time, everywhere in the universe.
Okay, very interesting. Lots to get at here. And I believe metaethically, or yeah, you're a Humean sentimentalist, correct?
I don't think so. What do you mean by Humean sentimentalist?
Do you believe that our moral intuitions are fundamentally born of our sentiments, born of our feelings, born of our emotions, kind of like emotivism?
Um, Maybe. I mean,
Okay.
I think it's our brains. It's got to be something in our brains. I don't know.
Okay.
I would say it's probably more fundamental than that, where the moral intuitions are just a result of our brain states and we have no control over that. And our emotions are also just a byproduct of the same subconscious physical brain states that produce our moral intuitions.
Gotcha. Okay. So a couple places I wanted to go here. Do you ethically, or we could say morally, do you delineate goodness and badness from righteousness and wrongfulness?
Could you expound on what you mean by righteousness and wrongfulness?
For example, like I think by way of example might be the best way to do this. Um, so in World War II, I'll use this example. Um, I would say, and I haven't laid out my moral system yet, but I will soon here. But I would say that the United States of America were morally righteous in getting involved in World War II and driving back and defeating the Nazis. But I don't think there was anything good about the war, about the killing, exploding of bodies, pregnant women dying from bombardment, these kinds of things. So I'm curious if you view some things as morally righteous but bad, or some things as morally good but wrong, or do you use different language to describe your applied ethics?
Yeah, I have different language to describe exactly those things. I called it a justified immoral action, where you're doing a bad thing to prevent a worse bad thing. And
Right.
so you're doing something that's immoral, like killing one to save five. So it's not a good thing. You've done a bad thing, but that bad thing was done to prevent a worse bad thing. And so instead of calling it morally righteous, I just say it's a subjective moral action. You've done the best you could do given your limited power, which would be this slight immorality to prevent a greater immorality. I wouldn't call it morally righteous. I think that is a mistake in our philosophical language to call things that are bad moral, because if you look at it from the context of like a god, an all-powerful being, if a god killed one person to save five, when he had the power to just snap his fingers and save all
Yeah.
six, he's done an immoral action. That's not justified anymore. The only thing that makes it justified or morally righteous in your language is the fact that you don't have the power to do less harm. Simply doing one less bad thing doesn't make it a good thing. The only reason it's justified is because you don't have the power to do that less bad thing. And just doing that bad thing is still going to be bad. And we should account for that. It is a travesty of our criminal justice system that we see putting people in prison as a good thing. It's not righteous that we put criminals in prison, it's a necessary evil. And when we see something that is bad as a moral righteousness or a good, it can cause people to feel more justified in doing those
Empowered.
things without,
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
empowered to do those things without realizing, no, this is actually a bad thing that we're doing. And we shouldn't be doing it if we didn't have to.
That's interesting because I view that differently. So if we have a and we'll get into some more detailed instances, but if we have a a serial killer that we catch, when I say we are morally, and I agree with you that it's bad that we have to imprison another human being. I agree with that. I don't think it's a good thing, but I see it as morally righteous because of what my consequentialist moral calculus tells us about why we are doing that act. So it would be justified in my case, and I'll lay out my moral system quickly here, but by the standards of preserving well-being, i.e., physical, mental, and social health. So, yeah, my moral system is pretty simple. I have a consequentialist moral quest that I use the moral metric of well-being, physical, mental, and social health to inform it. But my moral quest is to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. And I do believe that if human beings did that and practiced this, this would solve a lot of the things that we would want to see solved when we look at how we feel about wrongfulness and badness or evil that we see in the world. I think this would solve those things if we embodied it. And for me, I'm a subjectivist in the sense that I believe that this is born fundamentally of my sentiments, my preferences, and I don't believe, even though I see, like you, TJump, the kind of same patterns that you talk about. And I think when you mentioned evolutionary pattern earlier, this would maybe be one of the things we could look at. You mentioned it as a possible answer to this pattern we're seeing. I do think that life forms, especially conscious creatures like ourselves, tend to move in the direction kind of like outlined by Steven Pinker in Enlightenment Now. The data seems to show that we do want to move in that direction of maximizing well-being, physical, mental, and social health for ourselves. So I guess, by those metrics, I can see in instances where, if someone defended themselves against someone who's attacking them, and they had to punch them a few times and knock them out and call the police and whatnot, I don't see anything good about that. I think that's bad, what happened there, the acts. But I do think that the person defending themselves was righteous because they are simply trying to preserve their well-being in that behavior. And it's not to say that and I agree with you that some might see, when we call something morally righteous, might see that, like in the case of imprisonment, as some kind of like, oh yeah, since this is righteous, we should expand upon this and build it bigger and do more of this. And for me, the necessary bad things, the things that we do that are bad, that we find necessary and we call righteous, shouldn't be viewed as things that we should be expanding upon or doing more of. There's a reason why the thing is bad, and I think that reason is directly connected to, or at least for me and my sentiments, directly connected to well-being outcomes. So I don't know what you think about the consequentialist moral quest and that kind of pursuit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So mine is also a version of consequentialism, but the consequentialism of mine is based off his imposition of will. So the more imposition of will, is the worst consequence. So I agree with pretty much everything you said there. Like I said before, it's just a change in language. I don't call it morally righteous. I just call it a justified immoral action. And the reason I prefer that language is because of the psychological shift it has in looking at those kinds of actions. Why was the man righteous for punching the guy in self-defense? Well, it was because he didn't have enough power to solve the situation with a less harmful imposition. If he was an all-powerful God, he would not have been morally righteous to punch the guy. The guy could have never done anything to him, so punching the guy was an unjustified immoral action because he literally could have never hurt you. Like it would be like an ant trying to beat you up and you squishing
Right.
it. Was that justified? No, you were not
Right.
morally justified for squishing the ant. He never could have hurt you. And
Yeah.
so,
Or
keeping
even
that,
an old lady with a light purse. It doesn't like the shirt you're wearing at a grocery store, right? And she's like hitting you with her light purse. That purse is evil. You're obviously not justified in punching that old lady, and it obviously wouldn't be a good thing to punch that lady. So yeah, I when it comes to the application of this ethic, I think the everything must be considered when we evaluate these things. So yeah,
yes, I
I
totally
figured
agree.
we
And
yeah.
I like prefer the framing of saying it's negative first. It's a justified immoral action. That way, when people consider these things or think about them, it frames it as a way this is not something you should be happy to do before. Whereas if we say it's morally righteous, that intuitively initially gives us the sense, oh, this is good. This is a good thing. So I just prefer the negative framing with my language.
Gotcha. Speaking of that, when it comes to ways of lensing your life, lensing reality, since you mentioned the concept of negative there, I think it's good and wise to make positive utilitarianism primary in the way that we view our experience, and have negative utilitarianism as secondary. Not that we should always turn off suffering avoidance calculus in the way we think about life or plan or things like that. But what do you think about this idea that we should have that it's more important? And I say this just based on what cognitive science has shown us about, positive ways of thinking, positive lensing, making a positive goal the primary thing that's driving you, while the secondary bit of lensing that you have going on would deal with, making sure you don't stumble across suffering along the way. Do you have an opinion about positive versus negative utilitarianistic lensing? Or?
There are many varied contexts where both are better and more productive. Like there's forgot his name. He's a philosopher who's recently discredited. He has big burn marks on his hands, very famous. But he and another very famous economist, very fat guy, he's on YouTube a lot. They show different ways of framing things. One big example was the train example of there was a complaint about a train in UK being too long. And he gave an example, well, if we just put supermodels on it and gave them champagne, they'd want it to be longer. So the complaint isn't about the duration of the train. The complaint is about that duration is very painful for a lot of other reasons. And if we change the context to make it a very pleasurable trip, then they're not going to complain about duration anymore. And so I think that positive and negative framing both have context and when they are more pragmatically useful. And that is purely shaped by evolution and culture. And there's no facts of the universe about which one's right. It's just, this is just better at getting people to the correct belief or perspective on the situation in this instance and not this instance. And I think probabilistically, in the vast majority of cases, the positive framing is probably better. Absolutely. For dopamine reasons, for oxytocin reasons, it would most likely give us the more positive framing would give us the more correct situation in the most cases. But there's lots of cases where the negative framing would give us the better situation, which is why evolution gave it to us. Like, if that smells bad, smells like death, don't go towards it. We probably shouldn't put a positive framing on that. We're like, yeah, no, death, bad, don't do that.
Yeah. And look, I agree with you. The reason why I promote it as a moral well-beingist, or someone that has the kind of consequentialist calculus that I have, is that it seems to be the case, based on what I've studied in cognitive science, that we really lean into negativity bias in our most common emotional knee-jerk reactions to things. And negativity bias tends to lead to negativity lensing. And these things again tend to lead to more cognitive rigidity. And I think when it comes to our health, we want to move more towards cognitive flexibility. So one of the ways I try to promote cognitive flexibility is through reminding ourselves of when all things are equal in our regular day-to-day situations, it seems to better serve our health if we remind ourselves to invoke a positive utilitarian lens and have some kind of discernible purpose that we are driving towards that is of a positive nature, and not being so hyper focused in kind of like the Jordan Petersonian sense of suffering avoidance calculus to such a level where you're afraid to go outside, or you're afraid of what might be around the corner if you take a risk. So that's kind of my purpose in promoting that, and I was curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think in the
Yeah,
vast majority of cases, the positive lens is far better for humanity, but I don't think we should totally disregard the negative lens. I think it has
yeah.
applications where it's much more useful. And so I would agree in general, positive lens in the vast majority of cases, very good, but we should use it as a tool, the negative lens, and apply it where it is most useful, where it's more suited or more better at solving problems than the positive lens.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We completely agree on that. Do you have any kind of like discernible moral quest or thing that kind of drives you and propels you forward as a bit of philosophy? Like I know you have your imposition rule within your philosophy, but is there anything in that positive utilitarian lens that kind of gives you that positive drive? Do you have like a maxim or anything like that yeah.
Yeah, the best of all possible worlds. So the starting point of my morality is just the principle any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. And if we follow that to its extreme, where there is no a world where there is no involuntary impositions, that would be the morally perfect world, the best of all possible worlds, to steal Leibniz's term, because Leibniz's usage was stupid. He just called this the best of all possible worlds. Stupid usage. And so that idea of the best of all possible worlds is a world where it is impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. That is my moral impetus of the thing I think we should be striving for. Obviously, I don't think I can build that in any minimal sense anytime soon, but essentially what it would look like would be every conscious agent gets its own universe to do whatever they want with. And it is like a law of physics where it's impossible to force any conscious agent to do anything they don't consent to doing. You can consent to limit yourself, like playing a video game, turn up the difficulty, experience pain and suffering, but no interaction you can have can occur without your consent. And I think that is a moral impetus I'm striving for or would like to see, and what would drive me ultimately.
Now this is a bit tongue in cheek what I'm going to say next, but are you not talking about a reality without gravity?
Only if you, I mean, most people probably consent to gravity. So if people don't consent to gravity, yeah, they should be able to not experience gravity or time or aging or fatness or
Right.
gingivitis.
So you would say, yeah. So you would say like those who, there might be aspects of nature that seek to impose its will on you. You would find virtue in technologies that helped people escape that,
Yeah, absolutely. I
basically.
think that that
Yeah.
is the greatest evil, or the thing that does the most evil isn't humans, it's nature. Nature kills more people than everyone else. Paul Bloom had this great video about a dragon that killed 10,000 people every day, and then people were just sacrificing to this dragon every day, and they just got used to it and didn't realize it was a problem until they got rid of the dragon. And he's like, that dragon is old age.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's interesting lensing. Yeah. It's and this is where we're going to get into where we part ways with regards to objective morality, I think. But as a fallibilist, of course, and you yourself being a fallibilist, I think we are both open to this exploration. Now, there was something I read interesting about you separate ontology from epistemology. Is that
Yes,
true?
ontology is the
Okay.
study of what exists. Epistemology is the study of knowledge. So those would typically not be overlapped.
Yeah, the question I have about that when it comes to ontological issues, how do you go about knowing what are the correct positions with regards to ontology when you're kind of trying to subscribe to the most correct ontological model? Um, there seems to be an epistemic project required there, or maybe you can help make that concrete to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So like if you're trying to determine, use knowledge of which ontology is right, you're using epistemology to study ontology, sure. There's no
Mhm.
separate fields. The fact that you use one to evaluate the other doesn't mean they're the same thing. Like using a telescope to look at a galaxy. A telescope and the galaxy are still separate things.
Yeah, I guess so. You would consider this objective moral position of yours ontological, correct?
Yeah, so I believe that it exists like a law of physics. It is a physical thing like gravity. And then our intuitions and things are a way for us to interact with it, experience it, or learn about it.
Okay, and I don't want to put you in a cage here, but you said earlier, even though this is an epistemic claim, you don't have the epistemic goods for this. This is a hypothesis, a prediction of what we might find, or what you
Yeah,
think
it's
we will
purely
find.
yeah, it's purely a hypothesis. So there's no scientific confirmation yet. None at all. It's just a hypothesis. So the hasn't reached the empirical evidence stage. It has conceptual evidence of intuition, philosophical argument, that kind of stuff, but it doesn't have the empirical evidence. And I'm making an empirical claim when I say it's scientific, like a law of physics. Since I don't have these empirical evidence to justify the empirical claim that it's like a law of physics, that part is unjustified, which is why it's just in the hypothesis stage. Hypotheses are just conceptual claims. And so the conceptual evidence of philosophical argument is sufficient to justify the hypothesis claim, but it isn't sufficient to justify the empirical claim, which is why I make the testable predictions about
Right.
other species, aliens, and those kinds of things, which would lend credence towards the empirical claim.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Um, and and yet, it being a hypothesis at this stage, you hold a positive belief that this is the case in reality, or that this is likely the case.
I would like it to be the case. I don't know if I would. I mean, I would assume from the conceptual evidence, it's the most likely hypothesis. But since there's no empirical evidence, that's just the best I can do. I like this one the
Right.
best. It's the prettiest. It's like when
Yep.
mathematicians look at different versions of string theory. This one's the prettiest. I like it. That's the one I'm going with. That's essentially all I'm
Yep.
doing. I like it. Explains the data. It's the one that intuitively makes most sense to me. So that's the one I'm going with.
Yeah, that's how I feel about my system as well. It fills me with a great sense of purpose and good feeling when I enact my moral quest in the world, when I share my virtues and someone gets back to me and says, yeah, I mean, I've enacted, lightheartedness in more lightheartedness in my life, and I feel like it's increased my health and in turn my ability to pursue my higher purposes in my life. Like I think that's a good stuff. I do think we need to feel good, about our stances. Do you think
Just to
if
interject there a
and
little bit,
yeah,
a
sure.
curious person might say we sound very much like Christians now in what we just said.
Oh
And they would be
man,
right. That is,
yeah,
if that's all Christians did and they just said, this is what makes sense to me, but there's no evidence for it, they'd be perfectly rational. They'd be perfectly justified in everything they said. So
yeah.
I'm down with that.
So, and it's interesting because I don't claim to have, an objective morality. You claim to have an objective morality, but both of us seem to not be able to provide um, empirical goods that would satisfy our moral theories, which is interesting because I can see people assuming that when they see objective morality, that you will have to produce the object like the Bible, and here's my object for morality, and it has within it hidden and in plain sight the objective moral rules for humanity. So that's a really interesting thought about how evidence plays into, I would say my moral intuitions, my view of the patterns I see unfolding before me have led me to my moral well-beingism, my consequentialist model. It seems like your moral intuitions, the patterns you've noticed, and things like I know you mentioned consistency as well, right? That's a big part of
Sure, yes.
what you argue.
Inconsistent
Yeah.
theories are bad. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more with that. Okay, so let's go through it in a little more detail here. I just want to make sure I am so you would say there is a fundamental law of reality analogous to a law of physics that grounds morality. You say that this is an empirical claim, but you don't have the empirics. Oh, here's a question I wanted to ask. If you were in a science seminar, let's say a science and philosophy seminar with the people who had the most money around the world, and would you feel comfortable arguing this hypothesis in front of them as something we should be spending money on pursuing to concretize into a working scientific model like we have with other aspects of physics, if you believe this is some kind of field out there?
Yes, actually. So there's the primary application of morality is in artificial intelligence. What model of morality can we give an artificial intelligence that has the least likelihood of turning us all into paperclips? The Ostrom argument.
Right.
And so when we evaluate different views of morality, like utilitarianism or consequentialism or well-being, biggest problem with all of those is that they are very vague. Well-being is very ill-defined philosophically. There's many different versions, many different interpretations. It doesn't have a concrete definition. That's like one of the biggest critiques of like Harris's version. Like there's no solid definition of well-being. It's just kind of a wishy-washy topic. If we give that to an AI, it has a very high likelihood of killing a whole bunch of people because it doesn't have a strict rule there. Ambiguity is very bad for AI. We don't want that. We need a model of morality that we can employ in an AI that gives us the lowest possible probability of it being able to use that to justify bad things. Like we talked about earlier, the putting people in prison, put one person in prison to prevent a bunch of murders. If we call that good, will the AI interpret that as a good thing it should do more of, even at a small degree of percentage? Right. If it does that, that is horrifically bad for lots of human beings. Any percentage that it thinks this is good can turn into millions of deaths extremely quickly. And so we want to eliminate all of the different ways that an AI could interpret a model of morality that could even potentially lead down a bad road. And so,
but I think just to interject a little bit, my well-being model includes physical, mental, and social health, the standards of medical science when trying to master the positive health directions of individuals. Now, and that's why I say when I talk about my model, I don't just say well-being like I would say some of the failed moral well-beingists do that. My version of well-being has facts about well-being. There are facts about physical, mental, and social health, and I think those facts are measurable. And my AI system does exactly what I think you're saying you would hope an AI system to do, to have discernible metrics that aren't going to cause us to, just simply tell it that righteous things are the same as good things, like in some of these scenarios we've been talking about, and how that could lead to, hellish detriments by way of, conscious creatures. So I do think my iteration of well-being, which I agree, well-being itself has been this suitcase term that people have trucked all kinds of bullshit into it throughout the ages. I'm trying to eliminate that. I'm trying to speak of well-being by way of physical, mental, and social health, which I think is not, of course, never perfectly mastered, but we have great mastery of that in our highest schools of learning in medical science and the biological sciences.
I disagree there. Like,
okay,
the definitions of what those things mean changes culturally significantly. Say South Korea, for example, they think being overweight is incredibly unhealthy. I tend to agree. In America, we don't tend to see it that way all the time. We think being fat is beautiful. It's just perfectly normal. And so I don't think we have concrete definitions of what physical, social, or mental health really are, because we haven't solved those perfectly. I haven't even come close. We just have vague generalizations as far as we can tell. I prefer a much more concrete criteria, which is that of consent. Do you consent to this? If you consent to end your life, perfectly moral. Is that good for social, mental, and physical health? Probably not. No. And so we have to make a decision. The AI says, do I let this person assisted suicide, or do I force them to maintain physical and social health by forcing them to stay alive? Given the well-being situation, this is
Yep.
one of the examples Sam Harris used with the
Yep.
if a person wants to vomit to death, should we let them? Should we stop them? Well-being proponents typically say no, we should stop them. My position is if that's a perfectly rational individual and they don't have any like mental incapacities and they genuinely make the conscious decision to do that, they should have the right to do that, and we shouldn't stop them.
I agree with you.
So
So
thank you. That's awesome.
my moral well-beingism of physical, mental, and social health, the ultimate. So it matters that there can be righteous, I'm going to say S-aside because we're on YouTube right now, but there can be righteous S-aside by whatever means. It doesn't mean I'm going to like it. It doesn't mean I might even, if it's someone I know, how I wouldn't stress to them that, you know, their life holds value to me. But I would also say to them that if you are of sound mind, this should be ultimately your decision. Someone gave me the scenario of, and this one was difficult for me to stomach, but the idea of, say, my son one day suffered from, and I always forget the disorder, but where you want to remove one of your arms, you know, one of your limbs, and because it just doesn't feel like it's your limb. There's something in the brain that is sending a backwards signal there, and they all they've wanted for so long is just some damn support with regards to having their limb removed. As a father, it would be so difficult for me to do the the good and right thing if that ended up meaning that the good and right thing was to fully support my son in having his arm removed. But at the end of the day, I can get there. But what would mean a lot to me if my son cared to appease any of my sentiments or feelings would be that we tried to better understand the disorder, either together or he could, so that we could, you know, avoid causing this demonstrable detriment to his physical, mental, and social health. Not totally to all the categories, because my son's desires, of course, strongly affect his own physical, mental, and social health. And if his desires are not being met, like, you know, if my son feels like I'm imposing my will, you know, on him to not to try and my attitudes are trying to deter him from doing this, there would be an element of me that would feel somewhat righteous and somewhat good in doing that to a certain degree. But I also would have to consider that if my son is of sound mind, minus this disorder of the mind, just this disorder of the mind alone doesn't mean he has an unsound mind. There could come a time where just the good and righteous thing to do would be to support this removal of his arm. I don't know. How do you think about a scenario like that? Is it easy for you, TJump, that like if that was their will for someone of sound mind, then they should just do that? But I think it changes the dynamic when it's your son or your daughter. What do you think about that?
I'm autistic, so for me it's simple. Consent is the thing. They consent to it. They can do whatever they want. Their body, their
Gotcha.
choice.
Gotcha.
Where I find it interesting is if we give this to an AI and we use your system of physical, mental, social health, it's evaluating all of those criterias. And then you said you would agree with me that consent would override those to some degree, which means now there's a whole bunch more criteria to that to evaluate, which makes it
Yeah.
complicated. There's lots more problems for errors. Whereas if you just give it one criteria, consent, it solves all of that problem and makes the probability of the AI abusing that or coming to the wrong conclusion significantly lower. I think that my model would have an advantage in that case because just saying consent is it. That's all you need to consider. All this other stuff is secondary. We can make that later if we want to.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it, just consent. And then because it doesn't have to do all of the extra calculus of all these different health criteria and then the consent thing, there is a far lower probability of it making a mistake and killing lots of people. So,
But I do think TJump doesn't, when it comes to assessing the overall moral outcomes here, don't my feelings matter in the situation with regards to what my son is going to do, how my son behaves? I think that's a really important part of the moral dilemma, the moral equation. And it sounds like your answer discounts that.
absolutely, I'd say hell no. I would like that's the tyranny of the many. So let's say that there is one human being who wants to Beyonce wants to end it, go to the beyond. But everyone
Yeah.
in the world loves Beyonce. Like, no, that I would just be crushed emotionally. All of the world would be crushed
Mm-hmm.
emotionally if Beyonce left us. Would so all of the social and mental health of billions of people depend on this one person? Should we be able to override their individuality to be able to decide to do to
No.
themselves?
Yeah,
No,
I would never say that we should, but I'm saying, but even though I agree with you, that doesn't mean that all those people's feelings do not matter, ultimately
absolutely. So
matter.
everyone's feelings matter, but when discerning what is the correct moral decision in the context of an individual, the individual has the ultimate say, and your feelings don't matter. Your feelings have literally no value whatsoever to the context of what that individual has the moral right to do to themselves. And so, in the context of an AI evaluating moral claims, there has to be a strong barrier between your feelings, which matter objectively in a moral sense, like everyone should be able to be happy, but it doesn't have any right over another human being. So one of the rules of my morality is your will only applies to yourself and your property. So you may have a will for your son to have an arm, but if his will is to not have the arm, his will gets 100% priority, yours gets 0% priority. It may make you sad, but you don't get any say over what your son does. And that's not an immoral action. It's not an imposition on you because your will only applies to you and your property, not your son. And so that would not be an immoral thing for him to go against your wishes or for an AI to allow something to go against your wishes if it's not yours or your property.
See, and I guess my response to this would be, if it was a situation where me as a father, and let's say I have 3 or 4 children, I actually think it would be very bad and very wrongful of me if I truly did want to end my life. I think it would be truly bad and truly moral, based on my standards, my subjective standards, to not consider and not allow the weight of what my children would lose in that decision. I also think, for me, I would want my wife to have a say in that situation if this was the case. Now, I agree it would ultimately be my decision if I was going to, commit escicide. But I think there is something about the way you are calculating this that is discounting the true intersubjective space in which morality exists, and how that uh, that field of feelings, of sentiments, and how they interact with one another, um, in certain scenarios, like the one I painted about my son who might have this disorder where they wanted to get their arm removed, that imposing my will to any degree of my will to want my son to make the healthiest choices that he could in his life, that would be me imposing my will on him. But I could see that imposition of will being righteous and good, but it would depend on how I went about it, how I did it. And this kind of does bring me to this question of, I think I've heard you mention that you think some impositions of will are righteous or necessary, correct?
Justified immoral action. So one
justified
bad thing to prevent a worse bad thing.
Right. So like, if I saw, my son wanting to remove his arm as a bad thing, do you think I could be justified in that scenario in imposing my will on his will? Or
if your child isn't an adult or has a mental handicap or something, then yeah, for sure. Like if they don't have the ability to consent, then yes, they can't make those kinds of decisions. Or say if your son cutting his arm off would indirectly lead to the deaths of tens of thousands of people, sure, absolutely. But if it's simply a context of you want his future to have options or something, and he's like, no, I don't want those options, then no, it would be 100% immoral for you to interject in any way to stop him. Or like let's say he was using a rusty knife. You're like, no, I accept
right.
your
Yeah.
desire to do it, but don't use a rusty knife because that could kill you. Try something cleaner, medical help.
So,
but there was one other thing I wanted.
Calculus you're okay with. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
So you mentioned the father in the family. If the father wanted to off into Neverland, there's a consequence to the family because that's a source of food, health, a lot of things. And the question is the father morally blameworthy for the loss of the family? And this is a distinction in my morality between moral valence and moral blame. Moral valence is immoralities that are imposed on us by nature, like you mentioned, gravity or time, things we don't have control over. A father in a family didn't choose to impose resource limitations on the family. That's something nature did. So the father isn't ultimately to blame or morally blameworthy for the family not getting food in the future. That's something that's just nature is a horrible thing that kills horrible people. It does horrible things to people without anybody's consent. So I wouldn't say the father is morally blameworthy if he chooses to end his own life or what happens to the family afterward. I'd say what happens to the family afterward is a consequence of the immorality of nature itself, because it does horrible things that the father didn't consent to. He didn't consent to being a part of this horrible world. He didn't consent to all these constraints. And if he had the power, he would turn them off for his family, pretty much in every case, I imagine, even without going off to Neverland. So I think that there's a distinction we need to make between moral blameworthiness of an individual and their actions and moral valence between natural immorality in the world that we normally don't consider. And which is ultimately the cause of the immorality? Is it really the individual, or is it actually a subsequent part of nature that we're burdening on the individual because we just can't blame? Most people just don't blame nature inherently.
Right. Okay. Interesting. We have a bit more time here, and then we're going to open up to like a general conversation in our live tab that's just below us here. And then everyone, please stay with us because we will be joined by Lauren Southern in an hour. She'll be coming on. We'll be talking about parenting, myself as an atheist versus her as a Christian. We'll get into some other things. She'll be debating Pearl Davis on the Pangburn stage this October 3rd in Dallas. Destiny will also be debating someone by the name of Terrence Popp, who's a veteran and a manosphere guy. So that's going to be manosphere debates happening in Dallas. And we are likely going to be adding TJump here to the bill for our event October 10th in New York City, the first date of the No God debate tour. And we're just at that state of trying to find the right debate opponent or discussion interlocutor for TJump for that event. So do stay tuned for those announcements, and make sure you subscribe to the new Pangburn live YouTube channel and join us here on the Pangburn Universe Discord server. So so let's go to the involuntary imposition of will. So the claim is involuntary imposition of will is immoral. It seems like some of these things can be made justified, which is interesting. That was something I wanted to ask. And by that standard, things like gravity can be causing this imposition of will on people who, or we could even say a more interesting one might be the force of evolution might be causing these particular genetic disorders or genetic predispositions by way of your parents to individuals. So how do you think about the way genetics work, TJump, with regards to your moral theory? Because there are a lot of people who will have certain kinds of disorders. They don't like the way they look, for example, something like that. Even they don't like what nature has done to their face. It's hard for them to get a date, for example. What do you think about things like this? Genetic issues.
Those things are horribly immoral. That's all examples of moral valence. So in my morality, there's a distinction between moral blame, which is blameworthiness of agents, and moral valence, which is immoral actions that happen by non-agents, nature, rocks falling on people, time, aging, evolutionary diseases, those kind of things. Those are all immoral. And one of the reasons I describe it this way is if we imagine a world where we define morality purely based off of interactions with agents, and we eliminate all immorality between interactions with agents, what we're left with is a world that still has the vast majority of death and disease and destruction, tsunamis, aging, cancer, all of those still exist. Everyone still dies. Everyone still suffers tremendously. The vast majority of immoral things are still happening. It's just not by agents. And so if you compare this world to a world where we get rid of all of the involuntary positions, those by agents and those by nature, would we say both of these worlds are equally morally equivalent? Would you choose to live in these worlds 50-50? It's like, oh, they're the same. No one would say that. Clearly, morality has more depth to it than just what agents do to one another. Even if we eliminated all of that, there would still be tremendous amounts of concerns of horrible things that are happening in this world. But because of our evolutionary dispositions to label morality as things we have control over, which is usually social interactions, human dynamics, and since we don't have any control over nature, labeling those things as moral hasn't ever helped us evolutionarily to do anything, because it doesn't change anything. We have this inbuilt bias to use moral language specifically to refer to human interactions, conscious agent interactions, because we can do something about it with laws and social paradigms and norms. But we haven't gotten to the point yet where we can consider the implications of nature being immoral. You see lots of examples of people starting to see nature and refer to nature as morally relevant. I put a list of those on my website about different models of morality that establish nature as morally relevant or have moral normativity without ought statements as just descriptive values. And this is something that's becoming more common. But I think it'd be significantly more apparent once we got to the point where we eliminated all human-to-human interactions that are negative. People would, in my hypothesis, very clearly begin to start using that same moral language to refer to impositions by nature, rocks falling on people, gravity, aging, in place of what used to be murder and rape and those kinds of things. And I think that's going to be a natural transition. And because of this, I think that in the ultimate scheme of what morality is, we would to have a complete model of morality. You need something that incorporates that and would be able to accurately predict how we're going to see those things in the future. So this is not a common belief that people see that rocks falling on people is immoral or that gravity is immoral
Yeah.
or evolution is immoral. But I think that's going to be the case. This is another one of the predictions I make, that if my model is correct, people as a whole are going to begin to see these things as morally relevant. And we have some evidence of this already happening throughout time. And if that's true, and my model is correct in predicting that these have moral relevance, then we need to recognize that a perfect moral world isn't one where just human interactions aren't impositions, but there are no impositions of any kind whatsoever, human or via nature. And when we do that, we have the consequence of saying, yeah, rocks falling on people are immoral, evolution is immoral, time is immoral if you don't consent to it. If you consent to it, perfectly fine, no problem. But if you don't, yes, those things are immoral, absolutely.
I guess my mind goes to how do you foresee us escaping that genetic level imposition being imposed on us, or nature being imposed against our will? Like you know, we don't want to have this face. We don't want to, how would we ever escape that aspect, do you think? Because you have this idea of trying to eliminate these impositions of will. I have a hard time seeing how we would do that. I guess we could say maybe gene editing.
Designer babies.
Yeah, designer babies.
Well, so there's two parts of that. One is that whether or not we can do it wouldn't change the model. It wouldn't be like if it's objective morality, it would still be true whether or not we could do it. So the fact of whether we could do it is a different question. Can we do it? Yes. We can already do facial surgery. Essentially, all science is doing is fighting against nature to do exactly what we're talking about in different ways. And so, given enough time, we probably will be able to completely free ourselves of the vast majority of everything, even with just the technology we know about. So, like uploading ourselves to the matrix, highly possible. Doing gene editing, highly possible. CRISPR kinds of things with just a massive amount of them to change every gene in your body. Given enough technological progress, these things are absolutely possible. It's possible that we can change our consciousness to be able to switch bodies entirely, to just remove one brain. I think they've done that with a sheep. They just took a brain out and put it in a different sheep, and it survived for like a week or something. So there are lots of physically doable ways to accomplish overcoming these restrictions. Hypothetically, the end goal, if we could free ourselves from all physical limitation. Hypothetically, if we had souls or something, or could create some non-physical soul, if we discovered a new ontology of magic or soul stuff, that would work too. So there's lots of logically possible ways where we could free ourselves. But the point of the morality isn't a roadmap of how to do this. It's just a description of what a perfect moral system would be, what a perfect moral world would be.
Right.
Whether or not we could achieve it.
And can you describe the grounding for this, and we'll finish with the grounding. I believe you ground this theory in patterns, moral intuition, and consistent moral progress. Is that correct?
Yeah, so epistemically, whatever the pieces of evidence I use to come to this conclusion would be patterns in moral intuition, moral progress, the philosophical dilemmas and distinctions, pretty much all the typical stuff used in moral philosophy. It's just all the same thing. Ontological grounding, I think it's an undiscovered law of physics. So I think it's just ontologically just something in physics, just like everything else. So yes, I'd say that if we look at the patterns of moral intuition, moral progress in every society, cross species, they are all trending in the same direction. As we increase in intelligence and resources, they have a tendency to increase the freedoms of individuals to as much as they can without causing negative consequence. And that if we follow that to the extreme of giving everyone infinite resources, which would be beyond what we physically know is possible, what would be the implications of morality? It would be no involuntary imposition would presumably be the conclusion of what a perfect world would look like.
Okay, so I've kind of ran some. I've looked at the pattern I see with regards to human beings by way ultimately of their sentiments, wanting and desiring larger, greater amounts of flourishing for themselves by way of their physical, mental, and social health. That's the kind of pattern I see increasing over time. This would be connected with, again, with Steven Pinker's work in Enlightenment Now, and the way he sources data to track human well-being around the world. So I see that strong as a strong pattern, that gives that's connected to the moral intuition I have, and it also deals with that progress issue, moral progress in the direction of physical, mental, and social health. So I guess why is I know that you call your morality objective. I don't, but I think the well-being model, so long as we're talking about physical, mental, and social health, is a better empirical, data-driven tracking of moral progress than I think the involuntary imposition model is. But I anticipate you're going to say that this what you're claiming is an ontological claim. Mine isn't. Mine is more of a what I just claimed was an epistemic claim based on my subjective metrics. But
No, that would be a valid objection. Your objecting is based off of, because even if I claim morality is objective and you claim it's subjective, the evidence could indicate yours and go away from mine. That would be perfectly rational. I would say it doesn't, though. I'd say like the vast majority of cases, like people wanting to self-harm or body modifications or assisted SSI, there are lots of cases where people can do things that are contrary to well-being. Playing very difficult video games to the point where you throw your computer through your TV screen because it pisses you off so much is not great for well-being. People will still choose to do it.
I don't think so, though.
I think well-being is just wrong. I don't think it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If people want to end or destroy their well-being, they should fully have the consent to do so. It's just irrelevant. I think consent is a great pragmatic descriptor of how we should build societies. I think it's a terrible descriptor of how we should limit individuals. Individuals should be able to just completely destroy their well-being, completely destroy their social health, completely destroy their mental health if they want, temporarily or permanently, to experience things from a different perspective.
I agree that they should be able to do that. But I think there's something within me that wants to see them do the things they want to do in a way that serves their health and their longevity, because I see most discernible purposes served better by maintaining certain levels of physical, mental, and social health. Like, if someone wants to have, and I'm not saying it's like, I know that there are people out there that want to, inject heroin until they die. And that's their, that's what's driving them. They have a desire drive that's built in there. And some would say, who am I to come along and say that their well-being matters? But ultimately, it just feels like trying to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. It feels like a righteous and good thing to do. I know it's not grounded in anything that I would call ontological, but it's just, what I like. For example, would you agree with the axiom that health is preferential to sickness?
Only to those who consent. So no.
Would you agree that it's almost certainly the case that, just descriptively for a moment, that almost all human beings that have ever lived would want health instead of sickness?
Almost all, maybe, but if there's even one, then the statement is false.
Yeah, like I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's a perfect like that. There aren't exceptions to the rule, but I'm saying that like I think you, everyone else in this room, everyone who watches this video, would prefer health to sickness. That includes myself. So when I take that preference, and I look at what are the ways I can help myself in that regard and help others around me, when I know it's almost certainly the case that those around me want this for themselves. I see virtue in calling this my moral quest because it is such a universal desire. I'm not saying I would want to violate anyone's consent. Like, I value consent very highly. I wouldn't want to violate anyone's consent by way of well-being in almost all cases. Now, when we're talking about cases of where people are of sound mind and they need or people are of unsound mind and they need a medication administered to them, and they're essentially mentally handicapped, I think it's the good and righteous thing to do to give them their necessary medication. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So for kids or people with
Yeah.
mental handicaps, they cannot consent. And
Yeah.
consent is the
Yep.
required
Yep.
criteria here. The main disagreement I think I have with you is that I don't think well-being matters at all. I don't care. It's irrelevant. I think consent matters. And if people consent to well-being, then well-being matters. And most people do, 100%. That's clearly the vast majority of people want well-being. But if some people don't and they want to violate their well-being, physical, mental, or social, that would 100% be the priority. So if we're looking at standards of which is the priority in describing what a moral sentiment should be, the consent one wins 100% of the time. It describes all of the cases. So if we said that there's some minority of people, some exceptions to the rule, who would prefer sickness over health, which there probably are. Like, I imagine what we call sickness, other people would call healthy in lots of different cases where they would prefer to lose their arm.
But I'm talking about facts. Yeah, I'm talking about facts with regards to physical, mental, and social health, not just someone's opinion of what sickness is or what or what health means. I'm talking about what medical science would have to say
like
about
people used to
physical,
inject
mental, and
themselves with
social health.
tapeworms to lose weight. So they used to ingest themselves with tapeworms because that's what they thought was healthy. That's what they wanted. That's what we would call sickness. That's subjective. They can pick that one way or the other. Scientifically, clearly not healthy, clearly sickness. But if they consent to that, that's what they want, that takes priority 100% of the time. So they say, I want sickness over health. By every scientific definition, they are correct. They get to make that decision.
I guess the hard case for this is if we were in a global pandemic, and this is where you and I would probably, again, part ways. If we were in a global pandemic that was, let's say, 1,000,000 times deadlier, or no, let's say 1,000 times deadlier than COVID.
Even if it was 10 times deadlier, we'd all be dead pretty much. So that would be bad.
Yeah. But there was a full-on cure for this disease, but the anti-vaxxers just chose to want to spread it around and didn't want to be vaccinated for it. I would see it as a bad thing, but a righteous thing to force them to be vaccinated. Would you see that as a justified act?
You said it's a bad thing. Why is it a bad thing? If it's improving everyone's well-being, social, physical, and mental health, it would be diminishing their mental health. But
because I don't engage in
thing?
I don't engage in simple consequentialism, but I think it is bad to violate their consent. I think it is bad.
So it's not just about well-being. There's something else there. The consent thing matters.
Well, no, consent is part of well-being. Consent is part of physical, mental, and social health. I would never remove consent from that trifecta. Never.
All right, but the question is which takes priority? If one can override all of the others, that's the one that matters.
Maximizing well-being for myself and those around me takes maximal priority. So then
why is it bad to force them? Because if you're maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you, then and that takes priority. Then it shouldn't be bad to force someone else to take vaccines, right? That would because the when we're looking at priority, we're
Well,
saying what determines something is moral versus immoral.
I'm
And if you're
looking at the
saying,
act itself, that violating someone's consent, I agree, is a bad act. But sometimes I think, and this is why I think in moral discussions, I think the high resolution thing to do is delineate between good, bad, right, and wrong. Um, I know not all philosophers agree with me on that, but there are a lot who do. But this allows me to deal with things like war, where I think it's bad. All everything to do with war is almost always bad, but there are times where war is made righteous, so long as it's in preservation of people's ability to maximize well-being for themselves and those around them. So I and I'm not discounting consent at all. I think consent is very important, and I think it is the consent issue that would make me consider the forced vaccination in we're talking like dire circumstances, right, everyone? I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about things that are so bad that the mere existence of this bad idea in the mind of the anti-vaxxers is going to cause millions upon millions of deaths, maybe even end the entire human race. So what I'm saying is that violating the consent in this situation would be made fully righteous by way of preserving physical, mental, and social health for humanity. But we also must consider the agent themselves that are being imposed on and having their consent violated. And I think for that reason, it would be a bad act. I wouldn't see it as a good act, even if we saved every human being's life on the planet by violating one person's consent to enforce this vaccination. I would still think it's a bad act, but fully righteous. It's not that I don't consider consent. Like, I feel strongly about consent, like you do, TJump. But it's not the ultimate arbiter for me. So I think that's where we disagree. But I mean, I've really enjoyed this conversation with you, and I think we should have many more like this in the future. Maybe we'll do one on the Pangburn stage in front of a live audience, and we can talk about some things. Do you have any final thoughts before we move to the group conversation here?
yeah. So it's really interesting to me because the way you say that, if the final ultimate arbiter is well-being, but it can still be bad, that seems like a contradiction in a way, because you're saying the 100% determining factor is X, but there's still some bad thing over here going on. So it seems like you've bifurcated morality into two different subsets. You said like good and bad, right and wrong, and they're separate criteria.
And I think it's I mean, I think it's actually necessary in philosophy, because then we start saying things are like, it's immoral to do that, but it's justified. Like, I think you use that language. You say it's immoral to do that thing, but I see it as justified. It's the same thing I'm doing. I'm saying that this is a bad thing, but it's justified, or I use righteous on this side. But I think we just use different language, and we're doing kind of the same thing.
Sort of, but I see a slight contradiction in yours, because you seem to be using two different criteria, which makes it harder to really evaluate like what is the ultimate end all be all of morality. Whereas mine, it's like, this is moral and immoral, 100%. There's no changes, and it's just minimizing as much as maximizing based off of your limitations. Yeah. But the reason I think that's important is, in the discussion of morality, where was I going with this? It was,
you were talking about the different language being used, and then in discussions about morality, perhaps dealing with the kinds of language we use, or
yeah. So from my perspective, it seems like there's a contradiction in, because you're using two different criteria, where you're saying this is the ultimate criteria, but you have separated into two different things: the right and righteousness and wrongness, and the moral, the good and bad, or something like that. And that seems like I would need to understand that more to see if that, to try to build that into a model that I could understand as well. But yeah, I think we need an ultimate. This is what defines morality. It's a single principle, and mine can do that. And
I don't think we Yeah, I don't think we do, and I understand why yours does that, because I think it is like a single hammer answer, the moral realist answer, um, and I think mine just I don't believe mine exists. I don't believe anyone's exists really at that level to like bridge that human Izok gap, but I don't find your conclusions uh, less virtuous for that reason. I think there are so many good things about dealing with the violation of consent. I I I would be interested to see if like the world of academic philosophy moves in the direction of viewing things like gravity as evil or bad. I don't predict that. I don't see that happening. I see why you're doing that because it's coherent and rational to your model. It makes perfect sense that you would do that because you kind of have to deal with the um you know that forced imposition of will coming by way of gravity and other things. But yeah, I think maybe the next time we have a discussion, we can talk about specifically the delineation between good, bad, right, wrong. If you'd be interested in that, because I can share some stuff with you that I'm writing in my book, and yeah, and we can maybe talk about my virtues and maxims next time, and can pick your brain about more stuff. But yeah,
Well,
I really
moving where I was
yeah
going, it was,
yeah
I think
yeah
that if we achieved a world of perfect well-being, and there was a tool we could use to damage well-being via consent, I think that tool, if we were simply prioritizing well-being, we would never create that tool. Whereas if we were prioritizing consent, we would absolutely create that tool. And I think the vast majority of people we see today actually do, called video games. You're causing yourself pain and stress unnecessarily, especially the Dark Souls and very hard games. We choose to damage our well-being because it's fun. And I
yeah. It
think that
feels
we should
good.
always,
Yeah.
I think it feels good at the end when you win. It feels very bad in all the
But
times you're losing.
that's also part of well-being, right? Like I play very difficult games sometimes, and chess makes me pull my hairs out when I'm playing like, you
Oh,
know,
yeah, what's your rating?
1800 rating people.
Right.
That makes me want to destroy myself when I'm playing people like that. I'm not there. I used to be around 1500, um but
One of my other jobs,
yeah.
actually, I'm a chess coach.
What's that?
It's one of my other jobs. I'm a chess coach. I'm
Oh, really?
2150
Well,
on chess.com.
oh wow! Like, well, I could use a lot of coaching, so maybe I'll have to hire you for that. Um, but yeah, I mean, all of that stuff. Consent is a huge part of physical, mental, and social health. Medical science will tell us this all through medical ethics, like where I look to get my facts about well-being, at least well-being in the way I conceive of it. So, like, yeah, man, I'm not playing fast and loose with the importance of consent with regards to well-being, and in that idea you just had about like, well, if we had maximal physical, mental, and social health, and someone came along and said, no, we thought this was maximum, but we can have even higher if we hammer away consent, right? I don't think that. Well, it's kind of like in a world where that would actually improve the well-being, and that the violation of consent wouldn't harm the physical, mental, and social health, in a strange world where that would wouldn't cause a negative detriment to that, then I could see human beings being fine with that, like taking the hammer to consent to further maximize their well-being. But I think with how human beings operate now, any kind of hammer that would come across to their consent would cause severe detriment to their physical, mental, and social health. So I think your system and my system are kind of necessarily linked, even though we have different foundational conclusions. But I think for the most part, when it comes to applied ethics, it seems like a lot of the things, even though we frame them differently, we use different language. I think we would come to many of the same conclusions practically. But,
Yeah, for sure.
all right. Well, thank you, TJump. Okay, everyone, we're going to jump down really quick to the live hangout tab. You'll see it. It's got a big red ball on it. Get down there. We're going to do rapid fire because Lauren Southern's joining us in 30 minutes. So we're going to do some rapid fire Q&A back and forth with Mr. Tom Jump. All right. Who wants to go first? Perry, let's go to Perry first. Perry, you're up first for your questions for Mr. Jump here.
I don't actually have a question, but Robin does, and her mic isn't working, so I'm speaking on behalf of her. You hear TJump? I can't see if he's in here yet or not.
1 sec. Let me just double check it. I think he just sent me a DM. Let me just double check. Oh, I don't have permission to speak. He said, of course, we got to give him the roles
or something.
Got to give him the roles. So then we do the there and there. Okay, there. You should be good now, Tom. Sweet.
Would have been a very short Q&A.
That would have been super short. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So TJump, on behalf of Robin Webster, her mic isn't working. She wants to ask you, what is the reason you think it is unlikely that evolution cannot account for moral progress?
I never said it was unlikely. It can absolutely account for moral progress. I'm saying that I make predictions that of things that it couldn't account for. So like if other beings in other parts of the universe that didn't evolve, or AIs that didn't evolve, also came to the conclusions of morality, that would prove that morality was more diverse than evolution. That would prove that it doesn't just come from evolution if there are examples of the same moral progress in things that didn't evolve. So I never said it was unlikely. It absolutely can explain it. The best scientific explanation of morality is purely evolutionary right now. But if there are discover that the same moral patterns exist in non-evolutionary beings, that would rule out evolution as the explanation.
Like aliens or something?
Yes, as long as they didn't evolve, yes. AI would be the more presumable example.
Exactly.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks, Perry. Let's move to Don next. Don, go ahead.
What up? I guess my only less of a question and more just of a something I've noticed in your conversation with Travis. I noticed that Travis was giving you like a multitude of things that he tries to ground ethics and morals in, and you seem to have the knee-jerk reaction to try to ground things in a singular thing. Do you think that just like Descartes and many other like modern rationalist philosophers, you are trying to find like an Archimedean lever from which you could like create all reasons for a specific thing? That was the Cartesian project. And if so, don't you think it is wise to abandon it in the same way that the American pragmatists did, or even the postmodernists did?
No, I think that any good system is defined primarily by simplicity, especially in the context of applications in AI. So if you have multiple levers, it has more probability of being into incorrect conclusions or vague conclusions. And so the reason we prioritize simplicity in philosophy and science and physics is because it gets us to better and more consistent answers. The more levers you have, the worse the system typically.
I actually disagree. I think that the more the possible levers and permutations and lenses, the more resilient the system can be and is able to detect its own falsehoods. But
then why do you think in physics we only prioritize the simplest and the least levers?
well, even in physics, specific phenomena tries to be reduced to a singular thing, but as we go to quantum mechanics, it becomes probabilistic. We realize we can't always reduce things to a single thing.
It's always a single equation. So what do you mean? Like which there's a single equation that we use.
Well, that's really in physics is kind of a hard. So you're trying to treat morality as a hard science in a way,
Yes.
and say we can just reduce it to one thing.
That's like all sciences.
That's
We
it.
try to make
That's
them all hard sciences. Yeah.
I don't. I think that even in hard science, you get to the problem of reductionism, where at some point you reduce it to what at the bottom. At the bottom, is it turtles all the way down? Is it going to be a specific platonic object? Like what would it be?
Well, in science, we always prioritize the simplest possible explanation. Physics, math.
Yeah,
everything
but
is
they
just
do
the simple-
change over time. No, they can change. They
the
can
simpler
realize
ones.
it.
Yes, we try to make it to always simpler ones and simpler as fast as we can.
And what if you can't make it simpler because then it creates more errors?
You have the simplest version?
But can't you also recognize that sometimes reducing it to one whether it be an ontological object like consent, that could be the error to begin with, because that's not the most basic one. There's a multitude of them that are equal, like wherever it might be.
There are different possibilities that if they all get the exact same answers, that's usually typically not the case. Like, for example, I disagree that well-being is the case because I think that consent overrides well-being 100% of the time. So I would say that in this case, the simplest answer is a single principle. And I think pretty much most models of morality do that. Most models of morality have a single principle that defines what they use. That's pretty standard.
But don't you think that depends on like the particulars of what's happening in the case by case basis? Like let's say like your child can't. Let's say someone who is a baby who's the age of 2 or age of 1 completely lacks any ability to consent. Right? They just don't even have the ability. There's no question of consent. So it defaults on their parents or whatever it might be. Would you say it's okay for their parents to put them in front of a bomb to martyr them for whatever God they believe in? Like you would agree that there it doesn't matter what their consent is.
So if they don't have consent, then you can't use consent. You have to use something else. So in that case, I'd be like, absolutely, you use well-being because there's no consent there.
But you see, so where consent is missing, you put well-being instead. So consent isn't at the bottom of it. There's something else involved.
Well, no. So if we added consent, then consent would be the determining factor. So consent is always the determining factor. And if there's no consent there, like in physics, if there's no gravity, well, then a different force would take over. That doesn't mean gravity isn't the superlative force that governs everything. It still is. But if it's not there, then what's the next thing that's less important that we would look at? Yeah, we can do that for sure. Like it wouldn't be like, after we get rid of this, there's no other considerations.
Yeah, I just have a huge problem with putting consent first. Like I see like heroin addicts in the street, like whether they want to or not, I don't think it's relevant. I think we should do everything about it to help them gain back their own internal sovereignty and their ability to make better choices from themselves, even if they consent to living a life of privation. Like,
well, you just said they don't consent because they don't have.
I said even if they do consent.
Control. So
even if they do consent,
if there's a fully intellectual individual who can consent and wants to just do cocaine and
live in a life of privation, 100%. Covered in shit, and they want to be in depression, they want to be in anxietyville. I think that it's on us to actually stop that. And I think that
you're immoral. I think that you're imposing
you're immoral. Yeah, I think you're immoral for not imposing on them. I think you're actually evil, honestly. But
all right. Well, the problem is moralities like we're proposing would literally destroy everyone over. It would just turn us all into cyborgs. Like that's the exact example I was using with Travis earlier. If you can bash away consent and impose well-being, we would all become the Borg, and the AI would take us all over because we would all be perfectly healthy, and we'd only be able to think happy thoughts, and it would control us all, and there would be no free.
I think it's too black and white. I think it's too black and white thinking.
But
that's
and one thing to add, just remember, I did say that I think even from a moral well-being perspective, I don't think human beings that value consent so highly would find that to be in their best interests with regards to consent. But okay, Don, thank you. Simos, you're unmuted. You got something, Simos? Mr. Simos, bring me a dream. Ba 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 ba. Okay, anyone?
There we go. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I muted myself.
I know it's your first day on Discord, so.
Oh, I'm so nervous. Yeah, no, look, I spoke to Tom. Obviously, this is a long time ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, something like that, and we talked about your moral theory, and I really enjoyed the conversation, and I learned a lot. I went away, looked a load up on SCP and what have you, So. That's a wonderful thing and everything. And I'd just like to ask you now something I started asking you about then, but I didn't have much philosophical kind of reflection or knowledge to be able to really discuss it with you properly. And so I'm actually now, you've moved on as well as I have, I hope, that this will be, this won't be too much of a diversion for you, which is to ask you about. Presumably you still claim, or you're still saying that your objective moral system doesn't contain oughts in itself?
Yep, there's no normativity. So like that's a pretty standard thing. I actually have a list of all models of morality that already do this, so it's not unique to mine. It's a very
agree. I went away, looked at SEP and found several examples by some very prominent philosophers, J.L. Mackie being one of them, I believe. But anyway, So my answer then, what I would like to ask you is, because we're not in the best possible world, right? We're going to have to make some kind of, what should I say? Some kind of deal with each other, some kind of social contract to decide that where our will crosses with other people, that we have some plan at least in place, whether it be non-normative or normative. I would assume you'd say that's the normative part that comes later in this, taking some of the pragmatic consequences, I should say, to your own view, a worldview or philosophy on morals. How would you
Yes.
respond to that? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you can absolutely have normativity in like social dynamics and social hierarchies. You should not punch the baby, but normativity isn't required for objective morality, like in the context of what a moral system actually is. But yeah, you can absolutely apply normativity and oughts as a secondary social layer in order to make society a better place. 100%. So I definitely don't have a problem with normativity as a social construct or a laws hierarchy. It's just not required in the objective model itself.
Okay. So I now want to ask you, how do you get from your objective, non-normative moral system, how do you apply that then in this social construct, which is going to give you the normative conclusion on action in the real world?
Give it to AI. So if my morality is correct and we do what Travis said earlier and give it to all the experts to evaluate and build it into a coherent model and give it to AI, it would do it. So the model isn't specifically for people to ingest and then use it as a method to determine actions in their life. It's for AI to be able to not do immoral things to people.
Right. Okay, but that's how would the reasoning go? In
reasoning?
Yeah, so how would you go from your objective, moral, non-normative moral system to saying somebody ought to not punch the baby? Take me through that process so I can understand a logical argument why I shouldn't kill the baby.
Well, whether you should or shouldn't is irrelevant. It just says it's immoral to kill the baby. Whether you should or shouldn't is that's the normativity part that we just don't need. I can do an evaluative claim.
Sorry, Tom. I hate to interrupt you. What I'm actually asking you is, given your moral system, right? Then what's the next step to actually using your moral system in some kind of pragmatic way in our interactions between each other?
Don't force people to do things they don't consent to. That's it.
Sorry, could you say that again? So allow people to do non-consensual things.
Don't allow people to do non-consensual things, I think. I don't know. It'd be more like, don't force people to do things they don't consent to.
Right. And what is the outcome of those things? Like, so if they do, what happens to them?
There is no consequence there. It's a truth claim. It says it's immoral to do this. There's no the consequences would be imposed by society. That would be a society question, not a moral question.
Society question. Okay. So then the question becomes, what normative argument have you got that society should do these things, right?
There's no normativity there. You don't need an argument. It's just truth. If you value truth,
right.
here's a normative question. If you value truth, do the true things.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what it comes down to then, isn't it? You're saying, look, if these things are consistent with reality, right, in some, idealistic way at such a very high probability that it's as close to one as you want to get, then then society is going to have to punish you for breaking somebody else's consent.
Sure, that's called a hypothetical imperative as opposed to a categorical imperative. So normativity is the categorical side normally. Hypothetical is if you value X, you should do Y. And that doesn't require normativity.
Right. So that difference between should and ought, then.
Those are synonyms. Should and ought are synonyms.
They are synonyms. Okay, so that sounds to me like if you're saying should, that's a normative word then.
No, it's a hypothetical. If you want X, you should do Y. It's a hypothetical imperative.
I see.
normativity in the way that you're using it is categorical imperative, saying there is some ought in the universe, some oughtness or shouldness that exists objectively in a moral system. That part you don't need. You can say
Right.
it is true that X is immoral, and then you can use only the hypothetical imperative and say if you value morality, you ought not do X. You can have the ought as hypothetical imperatives without any normativity, because normativity is the categorical part. You don't need the categorical part.
Right. So because you're not saying if you want X, you should. See, you're saying if you want X again there, which every time I say if you want, that's also a part of a normative verb, or almost a prefix to the word or the phrase, which is going to give you or allow you to take some oughts from it. So
That's the hypothetical part. So the hypothetical imperative always starts with the if you want, then do. The categorical is just do. It's just a you ought do. There's no then you if you want part. So yeah, so the categorical imperatives don't have the if you want part. Hypothetical imperatives have the if you want part. So in a moral system,
categorical ones are you ought to.
Yeah, there's no like if you want. It's just the you ought do because it's intrinsic to the morality.
Right. So isn't that on what's that grounded on, the ought there?
I don't have that in mind. So that would be like a different model of morality. My moralities have the if you want part.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm trying to speak in the hypothetical, and not the hypothetical, the pragmatic way of when we're now actually in society dealing with these questions. You just don't think there's ever a time when you think, well, actually we ought to do X, Y, Z, meaning some kind of normative or categorical imperative.
I'm not sure what your question is. So there are lots of times when we can say you ought not punch babies, like, because it imposes on their will. Like you can say that for lots of things. Anything that we think is an imposition of will, you can say you ought not do it. But that's hypothetical. It's a societal way of describing the model of morality. It isn't intrinsic to the model of morality.
Yeah, I think I asked if it's possible to take one of these actions, right, which are categorical, right, and say, is it always the case that you can rephrase them with the hypothetical?
Yes, it's always the case. It's always the case. You can take any categorical imperative and make it hypothetical.
Or can you do it vice versa and take any hypothetical imperative and make it categorical?
Yes, you just get rid of the if you want part.
Yeah. So again, maybe we had this before, but isn't that just a semantic difference?
Sure, it's a semantic difference between categorical and hypothetical imperatives, but it has no reference on whether my model itself has normativity or whether normativity is required.
I'm not talking about your model, Tom. I was talking about the pragmatic side of trying to apply it to a society which isn't the best possible world.
I don't really understand your question.
I'm granting the best possible world morality system, whole scale. And I'm saying, okay, well, now if we pragmatically apply that to the world we're actually in, rather than the best possible world, right, then we need to make some,
You're asking for like laws that we should do, like legalize marijuana, like no drugs, no crimes that have no harm.
Yeah, no, I could almost be with you if I was 20 years younger. But
hey, don't enforce an age limit on marijuana, okay? I don't want age limits on marijuana.
Just want to say to any kids that come across this, I lost my lungs to marijuana.
Okay, well,
really? Anyway, and that was a categorical imperative. That's how much I enjoyed it. But,
all right.
Nonetheless, I guess that would fit in with Tom's model, just to finish on, right? Of saying, well, look, I've paid this huge price, but I'm not saying that I'd regret the actions that I've willed to do in that period of time. Just to say. Okay. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, I was hearing someone's unmuted mic did not sound like there was PG-13 behavior happening.
Anyways, going on for me.
Aaron bin Aven Labe.
Yeah, it's still going on for me.
Okay, server mute. There we go.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Simos. And you forgot to drop Balchinian philosophy on
on TJump. I was going to do it.
Okay.
Damn it.
That's all right.
I can't now. I've seen his beard. I'm not sure I can take the itch.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to be ready with your balls to the right chin. One man's chin is another man's balls. I always
Right.
say that.
Murdy man, did you have a question for
Yeah, I
Mr.
have
Jump?
like two, but I guess the first one would be um like TJump if we would just force everybody to be brains in vats and there'd be like pumped full of stimuli, regardless of like if they wanted to be in there, that would still be a preferable world to what we live in now. In your moral view, right?
No, my moral view is consent. So if they didn't consent to that, that would be horribly immoral.
But they didn't consent to being here either. So the question is like they're pumped full of stimuli and they could kind of choose whatever they want in that brain vat world as opposed to here, but neither here or there were we chosen to be in.
Again, I already answered that. If they were forced to be there, it's still immoral. So if they're forced to be here, then you force them to be somewhere else. That's just two immoral things. You haven't made it better.
Well, no, but then you have all the other immoral things of this universe as well.
Sure.
So it's both impositions of will being forced to be there, and like as opposed to the brain pain one where it's just the stimuli that you put in, rather than in this world where it's all the other ones. That would be a preferable world.
Like hypothetically, if before we were born into this world, you could like there's two possible worlds, one with this one, which we are physical beings in the world, and one where we're brains in vats.
Or your parents could decide like, oh, you can participate in this world or brain in vat.
Yeah, sure. If we were trying to pick which one is better, probably brain and vet is probably better, I would guess. That'd be a subjective decision. It would be up to the individual. It's not like an objective answer there.
Okay. Yeah. But as long as we're getting closer to them being able to make more choices with less imposition of will, that is a better world.
If the individual chooses it, it's not that lack of imposition is good. It's involuntary imposition. So if you choose to impose impositions on yourself, that's perfectly moral. It's not just minimizing impositions. It's minimizing involuntary impositions.
Okay. And then the next question is like,
Very quick. Make it a very quick one. Thank you.
Yeah. If something's an involuntary imposition against your will, you have to be educated and know the consequences for it to actually be an imposition against your will. No?
Depends on what you mean. So not necessarily. Like it could be an imposition on your will whether or not you know the consequences of it. You can still not like it. Like a kid getting a shot, it'd still be an imposition of his will.
Yeah, I would say more for the detrimental side. Like doing heroin, you can still do heroin, but like you can't consciously choose heroin when you're on heroin.
Right. So you have to be able to consent to be able to consent. Yes. If you don't have a mental
part of consent is education in the is at least in the outcomes of it, because otherwise, like, how do you properly consent to something that you don't know what the outcomes are?
Sort of yes, sort of no. So like the outcomes themselves would also be things you have to consent to in the best of all possible worlds. So you couldn't consent to an action, and then any unknown consents automatically happen to you without consent. That would, in the best of all possible worlds, that wouldn't be an option. You would have to consent to each individual consequence.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks, everyone. But special thanks to Tom Jump. Tom, thanks for coming on today. I really appreciate that. Are you working on another book right now or anything you want to announce?
Sort of, yes. Sort of. I'm working on my epistemology one, but not in a hurry. So I'm just working right now, just hanging out, relationship stuff.
Cool. Well, great. Thanks, Tom. And I look forward to having you back again where we can sit down for another conversation, and hopefully we can get New York locked in so we can get you on the Pangburn stage for your debut. So
absolutely. Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah, have a good one. Bye. All right, everyone, we are moving back up to the live tab. I have to just create a new stage here, and and then we'll get going. Lauren Southern will be joining us in 5 minutes or less than that. All right, that was fantastic. I enjoyed that a lot. Let me fix screen here. All righty then. Make sure everyone's subscribed to our new live stream channel. That would be beautiful if you would do that. I thought that was a very fruitful dialectic with TJump. I wanted to make sure I did not strawman his position. I wanted to make sure we didn't cross over things causing a bunch of repetition. It was, yeah, it was great. It's easy to go in to conversations like that and think that the only virtuous thing is to focus on your disagreements. But I think it's virtuous, made virtuous by way of its effects on physical, mental, and social health, to talk about the positive things, focus on the good stuff. And there's a lot of great crossover there. I don't think he has bridged the Humean-Izzat gap. I don't think he has a truly objective moral system, but I think there's a lot of great things in the moral system. Consent is obviously an important aspect of physical, mental, and social health. In fact, in the well-being chapter of my forthcoming book, I do talk about consent a lot. All right, we're just waiting on Miss Lauren Southern. She should be here in a couple minutes. I hope you guys are enjoying these days of guests. I'm going to be booking like 2 or 3 at a time so we can put together a nice program, knock out a lot of content in one day. I could sit here and have conversations for 8 hours. So it is, you know what? It's objectively eventful. Oh, see what I did there? No, that was a lot of fun. And you guys put together some great challenges and some great questions, some great back and forth. Phantasmagoria. Okay. Let me just double check. Yeah, so upcoming events. We have an event in New York. Actually, let me just pull up because we have so many events on the books right now. It's hard to keep track. Yeah, we have Not So Erudite Kyla Turner versus Pearl Davis in... I just don't want to miss Lauren when she comes into the room. In New York City, we're heading back to Bronxlandia, September 12th, 7 p.m. All you New Yorkers better join us for that one. Then we're heading to Vancouver, we got a double header. We got Not So Erudite and Destiny on September 18th, and then the main event is September 19th, the day after. It will be Destiny going head to head with Ezra Levant, which is going to be a hell of a time. That event is selling really well, by the way. Then we got Destiny going head to head with Terrence Popp as a pre-show debate before Lauren Southern and Pearl Davis go head to head in Dallas. And that is, of course, on October 3rd. I'm just going to send Lauren a note. And then we have, after that, we just announced the No God debate tour, encouraging all theists to come out and debate Deconstruction Zone, Dr. Blitz, and allegedly Ian, 3 atheist YouTubers who are going to be on stage taking debates from theists. And that'll be at Bronxlandia on October 10th. All right, let's see. Let's check in. Invite. Let's check out. You guys had a lot of comments here. Is that your birthday, October 10th? Mr. Parents? Yeah. I'm sure like there was hundreds of comments during our discussion. I'll be reading all of them eventually. Wow, Perry, you're turning 30. God, get older, man. So unwise in your 20s. What's up?
It's only fitting that my birthday is October 10th because it's 10/10 and I'm a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, by objective moral standards, you are a 10 out of 10, but by my subjective moral standards, you're probably more like a 7.3.
It was actually immoral because I did not consent to be born on October 10th.
Yeah, your existence. Existence is.
All right.
Yeah, we didn't get into antinatalism. That might be interesting. All righty. Well, you feel free to put your hand up if you have any comments to make about the last discussion, and we can talk about it a little bit. And I'll just kick you out of the room when Lauren gets here. I think she said she was live on her channel, Lauren Southern. Ah, she is. I'm just going to go to her stream. Why can't I hear her stream? That's really weird. Oh. Okay. Maybe she's working on it right now. I see she's still live, but can other people go over to Lauren's live stream and see if they're getting audio? Lauren Weston. there's her live stream there. Unless it's my audio issue. I don't know. I think I'm fine. She just got a $2 tip. It says, "You have never looked more beautiful, Lauren." How come no one ever tips that and says that about me? Come on. You have audio for that, Robin? Like, I don't know. Why? What's happening? Can someone jump up into chat with me? Perry? Someone? Yo, say something, Perry.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear her stream.
Yeah, see, I can hear.
Yeah, I've got audio too.
Yeah, I can't hear her stream. I can hear you guys though. Weird.
Maybe something with what are you recording on OBS or something? Check 1 2 3.
Is she mentioning she's coming over here or what?
Yeah, CJ would know. She said trad wife, and I left immediately.
That's what you want, no?
Yeah, no. Well, I want Min to LARP as a trad wife. That's really what I want.
I think Min wants that too. Only if it's with you.
Yeah, maybe.
Boom, shaka-laka-laka.
Oh, there we go. Looks like she's here. Want to drop
All right.
down?
Yeah, you guys can drop down and I'll invite Lauren up. Invite to speak. Move CJ to audience. What up, Lauren?
Hey, I can't hear anything. Just give me 2 seconds, all right?
Yeah, no worries.
Microphone. Yeah. Hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
Okay, I might need to put headphones on here so that people on my channel don't hear me. I apologize for being late. I'll be right back.
No worries. 20 lashes. Is Min gonna strip down in the live chat? Is that what's going on over there?
What?
Come on, Min. We have this very sexy Asian man who's a big fan of yours, Lauren, who's apparently doing a tech strip down in the chat.
Oh, that's lovely. Okay, my side can't. This is my first time back on YouTube in many a years.
You are forgiven for everything. You're forgiven for everything.
Thank you.
Except your terrible ideas. No, I'm kidding. You're forgiven for those too.
I just gotta, because like I feel like people are getting feedback to my mic, so I need to put in AirPods here. Oh my God.
I see.
I'm gonna just be booming out for about 5 minutes, everybody. Okay.
It's fine. Boom away.
I will. Connect AirPod Pros. Yes, let's go. What? It keeps connecting for 2 seconds, then disconnected.
Yeah, that's the law of Bluetooth. Whenever you need it,
Yeah.
it does that. Yeah.
Why would it do this to me? All right. Does anyone in my chat know why it's doing this? Lauren needs better pre-stream music. Okay, silence. I don't need this right now. I need to know why my headset isn't working. All right. We're going to repair my AirPods. Sorry, Travis.
Something tells me, no worries. Something tells me your pre-show music of choice would be like Pink from the 1990s. Is that pretty close?
I could shoot you right now in a video game. That is absolutely not true, and I would never listen to such trash.
You would never lower yourself to that degeneracy.
No. Gosh. Terrifying. Who do you think I am?
No, it would obviously just be like a string quartet in a dimly lit room.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Great. All right, let's see if I can. Yes, switch device. Okay, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Check,
Oh,
check.
it's
1,
working.
2.
Great.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
now I just need to find out how to make my.
Your
Okay, can you speak?
Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
God.
This is the Lauren
This-
Western Show. Living in the West, calls herself Southern. Check, check.
Yeah, you say that, but then it disconnects.
I can still hear you.
All right, Travis, say something.
Yep. My name is Travis Dean
I'm
Charles
so sorry.
Pangburn.
It's not working.
No worries.
I
Oh.
don't.
Dang it. Options. So you can hear me. I can hear you.
Unplug
What
and
else do
plug
we
in.
need?
Thanks, buddy. Lauren, you need an assistant. Live technical difficulties are the best.
Yep. It's okay. You have my full
All right,
support.
I'm about to just put them on speaker, and you guys will have to deal with it. Oh. Sorry, say something, Travis?
Yep. Check 1,
All right.
1, 2.
For whatever reason, I've got you working in one ear, so I'll take it.
That's better than nothing.
That is
How
better
about
than
your
nothing.
How about your camera? Camera by chance?
Oh, am I able to do that? I can figure that out.
There's a little camera button on Discord. It's probably been a while since you've been on Discord, but it's okay. I'll just sit here and allow my beard to get more gray.
And does anyone know how I make it so that my chat can hear you?
That's a bit. You would kind of have to be. You'd
Might
probably
have
have
to
to
switch
be
to your channel here.
broadcasting. Yeah, I mean, if everyone came over to ours, they would be able to hear it fine. That way I can farm and steal all of your, Christian followers and turn them into dirty, rotting atheists. And
all right, I'm going to give it one more try here. Surely, why wouldn't desktop audio work? One would think. Audio mixer, let's add.
This is evidence why women need a man in their life.
So true. Audio input capture. No. All right, chat, I'm giving you 1 second to tell me how I do this. And then you can all go over to the Pangburn channel. Keep up the good work, Lauren. Always a fan. Oh, thank you, Caddy. I appreciate that.
Chatty Catty.
Might have to do
Gotta
the
love it.
switch up through audio settings or app if you use one. Ask Grok. Mac, it's on a PC and I'm using OBS. Video capture.
Oh, you're on OBS? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you use OBS? Do you know
Yep.
how it works?
Yeah. So you should just be able to create a new window and broadcast that window and your desktop audio in a separate. But honestly, now that I'm saying it, it might be a little too difficult to.
Oh, wait. Actually, I think I figured it out. Okay, say something.
Yep. Check 1, 2.
Oh, I did it. All
2,
right.
2. You did it.
All right, guys.
Well, that's a win for modern feminism. So thank you for doing that.
There we go. Genius. All right. And then you want to be able to see me. This is the last
Correct.
challenge here.
How have I had this much water? Oh, something's happening. Yay! It worked.
Yay. I've got 2 cameras going now.
Okay,
That works.
now
Oh,
I
well.
got to do this, and I have to do something quickly because we're on this thing, and then there's that there. Beautiful. There we go. Now I'm good on my end. Let me just double check there. Yay. Here we are. What's up, Lauren?
Hey, I'm good. Audio channel in and out. Excellent. Do you guys hear it all? All right, I'm good. How are you doing, Travis?
Good. Last time I saw you, you were slaving away working as a technician on one of my shows in Seattle.
Yes, good times.
Are you in Canada or are you in the States?
I'm in Canada. I'm in the Vancouver area.
Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, yeah, right. You told me that. I remember. Yeah, I miss Vancouver, but the weather, Oaxaca,
Yes.
Mexico weather is much better.
I don't doubt it. You're based in Mexico and you do all these US, so you're part of the
Yep.
vast conspiracy to influence US politics from outside. I see how it is.
I am. Yeah. Originally, I was like the Canadian invading US with atheist degeneracy, and now I can also call myself a Mexican doing the exact same thing.
Okay. Now I'm
So
just
there we
gonna
go.
be hanging out for maybe another half hour on my channel before bringing people over to the Pangburn place. But can you just
Totally
tell them what
fine.
we're gonna be doing? Because you're gonna be doing we're gonna be doing debates with people potentially.
Yeah, I mean, you and I are just gonna chat for a while here, and then we're gonna go down to our live channel, which is just a few channels down from this one, and then I will moderate some one-on-ones between you and different members of the Discord server. So that's kind of what
Okay.
we're doing today. But we're also making sure everybody knows that the lovely Lauren Southern will be on the Pangburn debate stage, making her Pangburn stage debut on October 3rd. In Dallas, Texas, and she's going to be debating everybody's favorite trad wife. Is that what they call her? Pearl
trad
Davis. Is
Don't
that
know
what
about
she
that
is?
one.
All of these like labels, like you did the boomer thing with regards to technology. Now I get to do the boomer thing with regards to all of these labels that seemingly don't mean very much. But yeah, they'll be discussing the topic. Manosphere are the new SJWs. Why do you hate the Manosphere now, Lauren? You're the one who created them.
I was the one who created it, according to journalists these days. Man, people got very upset with that. I think it was the London Times that came out with the article. I created the manosphere and then it destroyed me. I swear people don't understand how journalism works, because it's like, if someone interviews you, you don't get to decide what quotes go in the article, and you don't get to decide the headline. And they can put a headline that you didn't say, and everyone will just be like, wow, I can't believe Lauren said that. I can't explain to you people how clickbait works, but I'll take it. Yes, you're right. I created the manosphere at 19 years old. That was
Yes, you created the
me.
Manosphere.
All me,
Yeah,
yours truly.
You created all of these problems, and then you say in a pejorative way that they are the new SJWs. So what's wrong with SJWs?
Well, it's just the phenomenon in 2015, 2016 really was this this Karenification of politics. We're going to cancel anyone who slightly disagrees with us, has a slight different opinion. Everything is racist, everything is sexist. I see this with the manosphere stuff. Everything is feminism. If you slightly disagree with them, if you put out any data that is like, hey, actually, women have a bad time sometimes too, and women have concerns in dating, well, you're a feminist. And it's just this all-encompassing label used to shut down conversation instead of having an interesting chat. And it's so funny because I saw this debate recently with Myron Gaines down in the States, one of those Charlie Kirk type setups where a woman comes to the mic and says, like, Myron, why do you think women deserve less? And Myron goes, because they just do. And she says, okay, well, like, do you have any sort of like facts backing you up? And he's like, I don't need them. It's something, I'm exaggerating. But anyways, she literally goes like, well, Myron, like, facts don't care about your feelings. Like, you have to make an argument. And it felt like a SNL sketch inverse of all of the campus conversations that were going on in 2015, 16 with triggered SJWs, all of the headlines on YouTube were SJW freaks out, liberal destroyed, this, that, and the other. Facts don't care about your feelings. And now we're just seeing the inverse with the manosphere world, where you have Clavicular like slightly pushed back on by a journalist and he walks off set because he's so upset. And they just seem very likely to make emotional appeals, very likely to have an external locus of control rather than saying, hey, there are things I could do to improve my life. Nope, the entire civilization is uh, instead of patriarchal, it's matriarchal, and it's all women destroying everything. It's gynocentric or whatever. Everything is this external problem coming from the opposite sex instead of something internally that one can adjust within oneself. And it's not to say there aren't any external problems, but I find the nature of these movements that are very focused on one gender's specific grievances are always also going to be focused on pandering, jingling the keys for donations of money to people who don't want to figure out ways to pick themselves up a bit and fix their own lives and would rather sit online, getting an ideological lap dance all day from influencers.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. So, and how does Pearl Davis play into all of this? Is she the greatest cheerleader of these manosphere SJWs?
Well, Pearl's just someone that seems to be quite obsessed with me. She does a lot of, I think like last month, she did like 4 separate live streams and videos about me, and she's been asking me to debate repeatedly. And, I think because I've taken a step back from the internet, because I've deliberately shielded myself from getting too caught up in the constant online discussion, which is really just like a rat race of the same talking points being rinsed and recycled over and over again for the last decade. People think I'm like scared to debate or Lauren won't face these questions or this or that. And that's not true. Like I am totally up for a discussion, but it has to be in the right context. In person, I think is best because then you can't run, you can't sit and just get your chat to make arguments for you. Like you got to look me in the eyes and say what you actually think. And half these people are way too cowardly to say the things they say about me online to my face. They will never do it. And whenever I run into them at conferences or anything, they always sprint the other direction or they're groveling, apologizing. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean what I said on the internet. Like just cowards in person. And then I think that one-on-one rather than some call where you can mute it or log off or this or that, like, no, you're going to stand here. We're going to talk face-to-face, one-on-one, no distractions. Like I will have that discussion with anyone. I will talk about anything in my life, any controversy, any of these arguments, but real life is the context with real people around us. It just really, like the internet is a hall of mirrors. It's where people can get deluded, where people are being paid for, where bots are being used to amplify arguments that most people don't actually agree with and in person would roll their eyes at. I'm no longer playing this game of believing the things I see on Twitter that are trending. Getting ratioed means nothing on Twitter or X or any of these sites because you can just bot anything. So I'll do it in person, but yeah, if Pearl wants to talk about me all day, I'm happy to sit down with her face to face. And I think it'll be very funny if she brings up drama because I don't think either of us are batting 1,000 in the world of personal lives. But hopefully she just wants to stick to the facts and stick to the information and have a meaningful conversation where we get to the bottom of this bullshit.
Right. And why would you say you aren't batting 1,000?
Oh, well, I think all the influencers online have kind of gone into this death spiral, purity spiral of what kind of personal drama do you have, because I don't want to engage in any sort of legitimate arguments or discussions anymore. So everyone's just trying to pull any sort of personal failing into the public light. This is very much how the kind of manosphere discussion works right now. Like, here's some, your marriage failed or this or that, so we shouldn't listen to anything you have to say. You've come out and had opinions that have been wrong in the past. And all of these are ways to dodge actually engaging with the point, actually engaging with one another. Pearl will make like 40-minute to 2-hour live streams about my life and about, personal things that have happened to me that she knows nothing about. Like, I've never met this person. She hasn't read my court filings. She hasn't read my court cases. She knows nothing about me. We've never met in person. But I think that the idea of actually engaging with some of the deeper thoughts I've had, I wrote a book in which I have multiple chapters that I write about how I unpack, kind of the online narratives around gender and marriage and this kind of stuff. Actually engaging with that would take effort. That would mean reading. That would mean looking at data. That would mean not making a ton of money.
What's that?
I know, exactly. Not making a ton of money for just going live and like using grievance politics to get people fired up and using drama to get people fired up. So I think that's kind of a huge tactic of the manosphere. It's very funny because you'll look at these podcasts like the Whatever podcast, and it's like 8 hours of just like yelling at OnlyFans girls. But these OnlyFans girls keep going on the podcast because they're getting a ton of paying subscribers from doing it, because the
Right.
same
The
people who
exposure.
are
Yeah.
interested in watching them get yelled at are also the same people who want to subscribe to them and see them naked. Like, all of it is about this really cheap, addictive nature hit, and none of it's moving civilization in any positive direction for men or for women, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I see that whole shtick is very low resolution. I very rarely see anything I would consider of intellectual value being born out of those kinds of conversations, where it seems like there are a few men I've noticed that seem to get off, bullying ill-prepared women on these issues, but as soon as a well-prepared woman comes along and stands up and says, I will debate you on stage, I will take on your narratives, I will challenge your claims, I think that's much less attractive, because I think some of these manosphere folk, if they were absolutely dismantled by someone like you on stage, that would kind of destroy their entire being, because a lot of their being is based on this presupposition that they are by way of their very nature dominant to you as a female, and they probably believe that in dominant in many ways. So I think that anyone you would like to debate on a stage that has the constraint of good faith and helpfulness, and people who keep trying to pull you into these unfair podcast environments, you can just say, we can do it at Pangburn, and I'll be happy to produce these conversations.
Well, it's funny you say that, because it's so annoying, the games people play on the internet, like Andrew and Rachel Wilson. They keep going, Lauren is such a coward, she won't debate us, blah, blah, blah. I've been trying to set up a debate with Rachel Wilson for over a month now. She suggested, I'll debate you through Uncensored America. And I messaged them, and they said, Andrew and Rachel have refused to debate you. Rachel won't do it.
Wow.
And then finally I published those messages, and they say, it was actually all a trap to ensure that you would debate us. And then still, once again, not Pangburn, Uncensored America messaged me like a few days ago. They're like, we still can't get a hold of Rachel. She's not responding. So they'll play all these games on Twitter for their audience, where they're like, we're ready to debate her, she's dodging, she's too much of a coward. And then when it actually comes down to like brass tacks and I'm trying to arrange things, they're nowhere to be found. So just so everybody knows, Rachel Wilson has been repeatedly dodging this debate she wanted to set up with me. And it's like you said, they love the performance of, we'll debate like the OnlyFans girl with no education or history on any of these subjects, but they do not want to be on a stage with me. Absolutely not.
Yeah, the punching down disgusts me as a moral well-beingist. I see it as bullying, and there's few things that get me more fired up than bullying. And anytime I see this, I want to bring the bullies to the Pangburn stage and see if they can, back up what they kind of portray in some of these circles that are very unfair and leaning heavily in their favor. So, our stage is a, good faith and helpfulness are the, the minimum requirements on the Pangburn stage. They have been since day one, 10 years ago. And it's interesting to see who can live or die under, basic constraints that should already be a part of, I would say, everyone's minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic when engaging with another human being. You should care about being honest and sincere with them, and you should care about being helpful to your interlocutor, assisting them with their goals, not just going about the dialectic in a selfish manner. But I think that gives rise to more meaningful discussions. And I do agree with you, this seemingly minimum constraint that you have with regards to debating in person. In-person debates are very different. you see the breath, that the person across from you is a living, breathing individual with their own values, their own philosophical outlook. That changes things. It's the IRL aspect is a real phenomena that shouldn't be taken lightly. I mean, we can look at the Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson discussions, two of them that happened before we put them on stage for the 4-part series, and things changed a lot when they sat down in person. I was there when they met for the first time, and a more of a air of lightheartedness came over them just by meeting for the first time and touching skin to skin while shaking hands. I wanted to ask you a little bit about your way of knowing. Like, if I ask you
before we jump into that, I might head off my channel right now since I'm not really engaging with them, and I feel bad because they're sending super chats. Where can they join this?
I'll give you a link right now. If they search Pangburn Live, it's our brand new channel we just launched. But let me send you a DM. I'm going to send you a Discord DM right now. There's the link right there, Lauren.
Okay, let me check this out. Yeah, hey guys, sorry, this was my first time back doing YouTube, so I'm a bit boomery trying to figure out the live stream, but within the next month I'll do another proper live stream where I'll answer your super chat questions and be locked in instead of doing this Pangburn thing on the side. Hey, it was good for me to practice hopping on. But yeah, go to Pangburn Live, and also if people wanted to jump in the Discord to debate me or talk to me, how can they do that?
Oh yeah, I'll send you that link as well.
Yeah. I am having a moment. That's right.
I heard my little boy, I think he tripped on his jumpaline down there. My little boy has a jumpaline that's basically like a mini bouncy castle inside. He loves that thing.
Oh, all right. I'm getting this linkers. Oh, where did you send it? I'm too much of a boomer for this.
Discord. If you look to the farthest left vertical panel on your Discord, you'll see that I've sent you 2 DMs at the top there.
Oh, message requests. There we go. Thank you.
Yep.
When I said I took a step back from the internet, people, I meant it.
Yeah. Went back to sticks and stones.
I'm throwing these. All right, guys. I've just sent you the YouTube live where you can join, and I'm sending you the Discord where you can join. And then stay tuned. I will do another YouTube live in the next few weeks here now that I've got it figured out. All right. I'm sorry I'm ending so early. Farewell. Oh my goodness. That was so stressful.
Well, I think we are good now, right? Are you good?
Yeah, it was just stressful trying to manage my trying to manage the OBS and the live stream and everything. I haven't done it in years, so I'm good now. We can get into this.
Cool. Well, first of all, actually, I wanted to ask you: did you shoot that buck behind you?
That is fake. Oh wait, no, that is.
Is it fake?
Maybe? I think.
Oh, okay.
Fake.
It looks very, very real.
No, I did not. Evidently.
Oh, okay. I thought you might have, since you're from up in Canada, you might have grown up hunting, and maybe that was one of your trophies. So you're not a vegan.
I'm not a vegan.
Fantastic. You can stay. No. So yeah, a question for you. How does knowledge work within your system of knowing? How do you gather knowledge? What is your epistemology?
Well, clearly by making mistakes, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm very much a tactile person. It's funny, I send my son to a Waldorf school where it's all, firsthand, hands-on learning. And I'm very much the same way. I go out into the world, I see what's around me, I take that information, and I'm in master's courses right now, so it's not like I don't take works from other people or reading, but one of the biggest problem I think that comes with the online world right now, debate world journalism, is much like AI model collapse, where it's just training off of other AI systems and then it becomes more and more incomprehensible. A lot of the journalism sphere and online political sphere are basically taking increasingly deep fried versions of reality that are trending on Twitter from other influencers that are living within influencer circles and boxes, and using that to create a mental model for the world, which is just becoming increasingly separated from the source material, which is real life, day-to-day life, firsthand learning from your real relationships, even the books you read. There's a really great article by Mark Manson called Intellectuals Are Fucking Idiots. It came out recently on Substack, where he just talks about these people who they're so smart, they can sit there in their head all day creating these models for reality that work very well, but then the second they actually intersect with all the different, contradictions and surprises of the real world, it really is the events and it's the things you can't plan for that make life interesting, and that will throw you off and will make your entire plans fall apart. So I don't know, the way I learn and get information when I was younger, it was very much, facts don't care about your feelings. I'm going to take the data sets and I'm going to apply those, and that's going to be my worldview, or whatever is the, excelling statistic on a subject that I can find on the internet. That's going to be my worldview and my mental model, ACD. And it's a lot more fluid now. I'm way more open to being wrong, way more open to life being complex, and way more open to the idea that I'm just as susceptible to false information as everyone else. So knowing is a constant battle and a continual journey. It's like Jacob's ladder. It never ends. And if you're doing well, you should be constantly embarrassing your previous ways of thinking and adopting new ones.
Yeah, I think that's really good. You've adopted a fallibilist principle with regards to what you claim to know, your beliefs. Is there anything that escapes that? Is there anything you feel like incontrovertibly certain about, or things in your life that you think it's impossible that you're incorrect about those things, or does your fallibilism touch everything, including your Christianity or, any of this other stuff?
I mean, there are certain aspects of my world belief that I'm certain about, but the idea that everyone else should accept them, I don't know that I would apply that, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah,
I do believe in morality. I do believe in good and bad. I think there is a war going on, but I also think we are very good at deceiving ourselves into thinking that we're the good guy in every story. And there's a great book called Till We Have Faces by C.S. Lewis. I love it. It's a rewriting of the Psyche and Cupid myth. And I'm going to spoiler here, so just zone out if you don't want it to be spoiled for you. But it follows the story of this character, Oriel, who's in this, pagan village on the outskirts of the Greek world, and she takes over a kingdom, becomes queen, rules, and it's an interesting book, blah, 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 blah. And then you get to the last half of the book and you think the book is over. She walks into the sea and dies. And then there's 2 extra chapters where she goes and she talks to the gods about all the decisions she made in her life. And she hates the gods. She always cursed them her whole life. And she goes and she gets to read her screed against them about everything that, she feels the gods did wrong. And when she's done reading it, it's the gods' turn to talk. And you get to watch every person in her life that died and passed on tell her their version of events. And you realize that Oriel was the bad guy the entire time in a lot of ways. She was selfish, she was hurting other people, everything. But while you're reading the book, all of her decisions make sense to you. You think she's the good guy. You think she's making logical decisions. So when you finish and at the end of the book discover she was the bad guy, it really makes you reconsider your entire life, and you go, holy shit, what version of reality, mental model have I been playing in my head to convince myself that good and bad are just in favor of decisions I already wanted to make.
Right.
So it's like, I do believe there's a good and bad, but I also think we gaslight ourselves into thinking that's always in line with the decisions we want to make anyways. So it's like, yeah, there are definitive things, but the human mind is very creative with how we place those definitions.
Yeah, the story you just outlined is a good lesson in that. If we study human cognition, and memory reconstruction, like we're reconstructing our memories. We are not pulling in a linear sense or an exact sense from our memories. We are reconstructing them constantly. So yeah, we can reconstruct ourselves into self-sycophantry. We can reconstruct ourselves into all kinds of wrongful beliefs about occurrences, and even how we might have felt about things, like how extreme things were. So yeah, I think, yeah, it's important to be able to learn these things. So it does sound like you would probably have some appetite as using science as a way of knowing. Is that safe to assume?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, but it's just not a god for me. You know, I think we've got our modern pantheon
Good.
and things that we worship, and science has become a god for some people. And that's not good either, because it's also fallible. And it's not the end all be all. You know, there are things, I always love that, or I think it was even me. I'm sure someone else came up with this before me, but I definitely was one of the first to say it. But with Ben Shapiro, when he says facts don't care about your feelings, I mean, the truth is that feelings don't care about your facts. Like everything we do with politics is for the higher goal of things we love, things we're passionate about, things we're angry about, things we hate. Like we want communities that thrive because we love our families and we love our communities. Those are emotions, and those are the highest goal, not the facts themselves. Everyone is motivated by emotion and use facts to try to protect and reason and, you know, pursue things in light of those emotions. So they're always going to reign supreme.
Yeah, so that's the emotivist view in philosophy, and that is you know, and then we can take that all the way down to Humean sentimentality, in the sense of your you know, your moral intuitions, I would say, are being born of those feelings, those fundamental sentiments that we have. Now, it would be interesting to try to understand whether you believe that sentimentality is determined to be right or wrong by something objectively true with regards to morality, and how much does your Christian belief play into that? For example, I would say that it is you know, morally bad and wrongful to beat a child as a way of teaching them a lesson. Is that something you would agree with, or would you disagree with
that?
Okay. Yeah. And you would agree with that.
I mean,
and do you think you, yeah.
I remember having this debate with a friend of mine, because I was very much into the idea of not using force at all against a child. But then you come into these like arguments where you realize, okay, my kid is repeatedly running into traffic and they don't have a method or model for reasoning yet. They can't talk to me. So do you run and you use force by picking up your child and moving them out of traffic? Do you slap their hand? Is there some form of, that's the only communicative method they have at this age? Like, what do you, so there's, I mean, I think there's nuance there. Generally, I'm against, you know, use of force or, you know, punishing with the stick or whatever. But I think that there's like, I think there's some nuance there still, a tiny bit, you know?
Yeah, I think for me, there wouldn't be any nuance with regards to beating, which is kind of the original question. But yes, the you know, when you impose your will on your child's will, I think there are good and righteous times to do that. I mean, as a father, I've changed at this point hundreds of diapers. It must be at this point. At times you have to impose your will on them, or else they're going to scurry away. They're going to kick away. They're going to, you know, it's not always them just like gleefully laying back and being okay with what needs to happen. So it's, yeah, I think, you know, you know, children aren't, of course, able to give willing, informed consent. So sometimes we are going to have to impose our will on them to do the right and good thing. But I guess so you would say, yeah, beating children is wrong. Do you think that fundamentally comes
Tough
from.
questions today.
Yes, so difficult. Well, you'd be surprised. I've had some pretty colorful conversations about that in the past. But I think the more difficult question is the the kind of metanormative question of that, and what's at that most fundamental layer. Do you put God at that fundamental layer of being the arbiter of what is good, bad, right, and wrong, or do you think human beings, including yourself, are ultimately coming up with this based on how we feel about the world?
Man, I do think that God is the ultimate arbiter, but like I said, there's a level of human bias that comes into that where God becomes what we wanted to do anyways, And this is where I have a lot of critique of the online, Christ being used as a tool to bludgeon other people. Well, it's God's will that we need to invade Iran. It's God's will that women need to be submissive. It's God's will that men need to vote for the political party that I want. And so I think that certainly when we're having online political debate and so much on the debate platform, I don't like to talk about Christianity in an online sense because I think it's almost always used as a method to virtue signal. I did an interview with Jeremy Boring recently, and we were discussing, what it means to actually have that spiritual journey. And I have a professor of mine who he never asks me if I'm a Christian, but he always asks me how my journey is. How goes the journey, Lauren? And he'll send me an email like once every month. I need to respond to one he sent recently, actually, or ask me to go for a walk and we'll just talk. And he'll just ask me how my journey is, because that's actually what God is. And that walk towards God is. It's a relationship. It's what is the posture of your soul? And that's not something that anyone can find out from us having a philosophical discussion on YouTube or even on a stage. You can't know the posture of someone's soul unless you see how they live in their day-to-day life. And even then, that can be performative. It's really an internal thing. So I would say, yes, I think that constant walk and journey and wrestling with God, Jacob's ladder, is towards the right and the good. And I think that we humans are almost always perverting that to our own ends in the public discourse.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree with some of those layers. You opened up the praxis layer. In practice, how are the human beings, the human beings will profess so much, and then how are they actually living? How are they actually becoming? How are they actually walking their path? Are they living virtuously by their own standards, by maybe God's standards? And so yeah, I agree that like the philosophical stage, the debate stage, is a place to bounce these ideas off one another and engage in the art of conversation, hopefully in a way that is maximizing well-being, physical, mental, and social health for everyone that's involved. I guess the biggest difference between you and I is that, I don't think there is a God grounding this, because I don't see any good reason based on my current epistemic standards to believe that. But that doesn't make me think less of Christians. It doesn't make me think that Christians are, currently right now in the world today, causing a net negative to human well-being across the board. I think there are way more bridges to be built between atheists and Christians and Muslims than there are bridges to be destroyed. And for me, as a moral well-beingist, I look at that as a great opportunity to create spaces like I have been doing for 10 years for some of those difficult conversations to take place in what I believe to be in a fruitful way that ultimately I would hope helps people. So would you say that God layer, then, that fundamental layer where God is the arbiter of good, bad, right, and wrong, would you say that are you the kind of Christian that just takes that on faith and that's satisfying to you? Or are you the kind of Christian that tries to ground that in like empiricism or rationalism? Or how do you, as someone as intelligent, articulate, philosophical, logical as you are, how do you ground that? Where do you think that grounding comes from that allows that to be an acceptable grounding and belief for you?
I should probably specify, and I said this in my Christ versus the Culture War video, I don't identify as a Christian publicly. It's not a label that I use, and it's specifically because I don't think it means much on the internet. There was a phrase that was used on 4chan a lot when people would post and they'd talk about, well, as a girl, I have this opinion. Everyone would go, oh, okay, yeah, as a girl, because that stands for guy in real life. And, you know, the eventual argument became, well, what about there's some girls on the internet? There's some girls that are on 4chan, so you guys can't discount all of us. Well, sorry, buddy, but it doesn't actually matter, because whether we all are, you know, practically guys in real life anyways, because your argument has to stand on its own grounds, whether you're a girl or a guy. Like, you shouldn't need to credential yourself. And I think this is the same with online Christianity. You shouldn't need to credential yourself with crosses and bios or Bible verses as weapons. Your behavior and how you treat other people and how you engage should be, you know, a testament to what you really believe deep down and how you act. That's far more important than all of these professions.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with that. Yeah.
You know, to me, there's like, it doesn't, you know, I'm reading the Odyssey right now for a class, and it's thinking about the way that pagans perceived God. You know, Athena would come down to them and she'd be, you know, wisdom that would come onto them and give them a purpose of life. And maybe it would appear to them as a stranger or a homeless man, and the gods would come and walk among us. And you'd have gods of, you know, war and gods of wrath and gods of nature. And these are all aspects of the human life and the human journey and types of thoughts. Gods of love, you know, Aphrodite. And all of these different things were natures of the human spirit and emotions that they couldn't quite explain without personifying them in these characters. Did the ancient Greeks literally believe all of these gods were coming into human form and living among them? Well, some did, but a lot of these were allegories and metaphors for human experiences that we've had and feelings that we couldn't exactly explain outside of story and allegory. The Bible does this too. There's these stories of like perpetual human experiences we have: eating the apple, discovering good and evil, the betrayal between Cain and Abel. These are things that are fundamental to all of our lives, and we're living in repetition. And that wider narrative of, you know, making the right decisions when these complex situations happen to us, that is the pursuit of God to me. And to me, it's way better described in these stories and in these, you know, in these mythologies than it is in any sort of rationalist perspective, because I think as soon as we try to put it in these boxes of you have to live this way or you have to live that way, people lose the deeper meaning and the point of it. I don't know if that makes sense. I probably need to think of a better way to explain myself, but
yeah, it makes perfect sense. What you're saying, you seem to be, phobic, as I am, of the people who will use these kinds of labels to kind of say, well, yeah, I'm this, that's good enough, where really we ought judge people or, determine whether they are living a morally good or righteous life by the way they act and by the way.
I have a lot more in common with someone who has, lived the wrong way, been lying and cheating their whole life, that has now decided to kind of turn it around and venture in the right direction. Mm-hmm. Than I have with someone that's not thinking about that at all and is just happy being stagnant with identifying with a label because it feels good. And I think what a lot of people call religion and what a lot of people call politics is actually a desire for social in-group, it's a desire for a community. It's a desire for a place that they can understand, that they can map out. I know the right things to say. I know the right words. I know you're on my team and I'm on your team. And it's this very tribalistic attitude that comes very natural to humans. So I understand that we're all looking for a tribe. And it's very scary when we go out into the world and we meet different tribes and groups where we don't know how they're going to behave. We don't know how they communicate. It's like Tower of Babel. They have different definitions for the same words. So we can't even, get a proper understanding. And I really realized this growing up evangelical and then leaving that community and going out into the world and realizing all of these people had a different model of engaging with reality. Like when people were cheating and lying and doing all these things in the media world that I was learning as I ate the apple and discovered the world of good and evil, I'm like, I didn't even know you could do that. Like, what do you mean You're just lying to your audience? What do you mean you're just, cheating and stealing money and this kind of stuff? And, it's like, I understand why people have a desire for a tribe, but not going out, just because you haven't had the opportunity to commit some evil doesn't mean that you don't have the capacity for it. And I think this comes from a lot of like in-group tribal behavior. People will grow up in an extremely evangelical community. They'll never really go out into the world, and then they'll think they're better than people who have, or people who have grown up in countries where they were like recruited into a child army when they were a kid and they had no choice. Well, I've never shot someone. I've never done that. Well, yeah, if you were born in this different context, you 100% would have. Just because,
Right.
same with the people who pretend to be monks on the internet. They're like, well, I've been pious and all these whores online. Well, no one wants to sleep with you. You're not pious because no one wants to sleep with you. You would instantly say yes if you had a lineup of people that wanted to, you know? You can be spiritually ran through without having sex with one person. So I'm way more concerned about people that are spiritually kind of ignoring things than people who are saying the right things publicly and have all of like the ABCD list of how to behave and the right, white picket fence outside their house and the right little links in their bio on Twitter that show that they're a part of the right party. I have friends of mine that converted to Christianity purely because they got into right-wing politics, and they're like, well, that's the right-wing thing to do. And I'm like, it has nothing to do with politics. What are you talking about?
So that comment about, being ran through, nobody wants to sleep with you, I assume that was directed directly at Pearl, who you're going to be debating.
I mean, it's true. I'm not really directing it at anyone, but if the shoe fits, I don't know.
Spicy. Well, you mentioned people can be moving in the wrong direction, and you identify more with the people who are moving in the right direction. And I guess the question would be, how are you determining the right direction? For me, it's crystal clear based on my moral quest. I am out to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. And by well-being, I simply mean physical, mental, and social health. So I would judge things good and righteous. Well, good being if we are maximizing physical, mental, and social health, and righteous things could be, in World War II, for example, I think the United States of America were righteous in going to war with the Nazis and Japan, but I don't think there was anything good about that. So I think there can be good righteous things or bad righteous things. The World War II example would be a bad righteous thing, but a good righteous thing would be like, going and helping out in your local soup kitchen would be an example. So I wonder if is that kind of how you would view goodness and righteousness in the world as well, based on like consequentialist outcomes, or do you think it's more important for people to find a relationship with God? Like what do you give the most importance to with regards to whether you would see someone as heading in the right direction or not?
I don't think those two things can be separated, because I think when you were going out and we're deciding, okay, I want to protect my family, I want to protect those around me that I love, the only way you actually stay on any path that or goal you're headed toward is by continually going back and meditating on whether you are on it or you've drifted off it. I find that a lot of people will say, I'm doing this for my family. It's kind of like the whole plot line of Breaking Bad. He starts it out, well, I need to make the money because I'm doing this for my family. I'm doing this for my family. And then because he's not really checking in with his moral center or moral core at any point, which I do believe is that conversation you have with, the higher self, whatever you want to call that, it's coming inside, meditating and saying, where am I aligned? Quietness, not being involved with the rest of the world and the voices around you, and then going back and really pursuing those goals. Otherwise, you find yourself way off the path every single time. Where does Walter White really find himself at the end? He finally admits, this wasn't for family. This was for me because I effing wanted to do it. So our nature as humans is like we're like a ship that's got, or a car that's got a slight tilt towards selfishness. And unless we're constantly realigning it back onto the road of something higher than self, which I do think is the goal, it's always to be, this is the fundamental lesson of Christ, whether you are a Christian or not, is this idea that self-sacrifice is the only thing that can heal the world, because everyone is constantly veered towards selfishness. It's going to be someone that says, boom, I'm putting the car the other way, that is going to help veer everything back. And people it's all on all of us to kind of make that sacrificial decision at different points in our lives to veer the course back. And I've noticed this in my political career. I've had to come out and say things I really didn't want to say or talk about, because I'm like, damn it, doing the right thing does take a sacrifice, whether you view that through a Christian lens or not. Is that necessarily good for me and my family? Not in the material sense sometimes, but I do believe on a deeper spiritual level, yes, because then I create an environment where truth telling is important, and that leads to healing. I create a world that's more aligned with truth telling and reality. And, I think all of that can't be split. You can't split that alignment with like Jacob's ladder and God and always pursuing something higher than self with also that goal of trying to do good things because pursuing selfish things will always lead to a shrinking of one's life and the world, even if
do you think it's important though? Yeah. Do you think it's important though to make sure you are maintaining a good level of health for yourself?
But yeah, that's all linked. Like, we're not talking about, we're not talking about sacrifices. Like, I saw this guy in India recently where he's decided to stand up for, his whole life because he believes that it's going to be good for the gods. Like, there's a level of delusion there that's almost like a narcissistic delusion. Like, why would God ask you to do that? What are you talking about? There's another parable that people have probably heard where there's a flood and this guy's on his roof and he keeps praying and he says, God, save me from this flood. And then he dies, he drowns, and he goes to heaven and he's like, God, I prayed 1,000,000 times. Why didn't you save me from the flood? And God's like, well, I sent you a boat and you told the boat, no, I'm not getting in you because God's going to save me. Then I sent a helicopter and you said, no, I'm not climbing up the ladder because God's going to save me. I sent, 1,000 things and you didn't take any action. So there has to be, once again, this link between prayer and meditation and realistic action in the world that is responding to the situation you're in. And I don't know how standing for a decade or two is going to really do any good for yourself or the people around you. So, yeah. I mean, there's like religious psychosis as well. But I think it's generally true that, a lot of the corruption we see in the world in one's own lives and family that's destructive is because people are making selfish decisions. And there are logical, self-sacrificial choices we can make that will heal that for everyone around you. And it's good not just for the world, but for yourself and your community.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. Sometimes I use different language to describe that. But yes, if we are to say, making the sacrifice to go over to sub-Saharan Africa in northern Uganda, in outside the city of Gulu, to build a school for children in need. If people are saying that, yes, we sacrifice a lot to do these things, then yeah, I couldn't agree more that those sacrifices are what we need to be doing. By the way, everybody, we are going to be building our first Pangburn Education Center just north of Gulu City in Uganda. So hopefully some of you will want to get on board with us and help us out with that. We're planning to build our first center in late 2027. So fundraising is going to start pretty soon here. If you're on the new Pangburn live YouTube channel, please consider subscribing. I would really appreciate that. We do live discussions and are going to be having lots of guests on like this all the time. We had philosopher TJump on just before Lauren. So we're going to have packed days of interesting guests and lots of conversations between our Discord members together. We have good faith, helpful conversations happening all the time here on Discord and on our new Pangburn live channel. And I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the main Pangburn channel, but if you haven't checked out our debates there, do check it out. Constantine Kissin and Destiny just had a very interesting debate on our channel, so make sure you check out that one. That was one of our recent big debates. I wanted to kind of switch gears, Lauren, to parenting. I'm wondering if where we might agree or disagree on parenting approaches.
Oh, I should probably let you know. I'm not sure
Yeah.
we had a timeline, but I can only stay for another hour because I
Okay,
have to
yeah.
go parent.
Yeah. No worries. We'll do.
So I don't know when you wanted to do audience debates, but we can talk about this for
we'll
sure.
do 10 minutes on parenting, and then we'll jump down to our live hangout tab, and then we'll do some debates with audiences until you have to go. But like, first of all, how have you found your parenting journey? And what I mean by that is when I talk to parents, they tell me parenting is so hard. Parenting is so difficult. It's stressful. It causes them to be impatient. What has the journey been like to you? Because my journey has been kind of the opposite of what a lot of people report to me. So I'm curious to ask you this.
Hey, whenever people, I've kind of got this new policy when people ask me about my personal life. It's like, I really don't have a comparable personal life to the average person. I used to think I did, and I used to think I could extrapolate a lot of my own experiences to the rest of the world, but I can't. And I realized this when I observe the parenting styles of, people around me, people at my child's school. And like, my kid is the easiest thing in my life, truly, just because I've had such an insane chaos. They've packed the wrong lunch or they've done this, and it'll have them pulling their hair out. For me, I'm like, okay, I've been in detention in Turkey thinking I'm going to jail. I've had feds at my door, this, that, and the other. Waking up in the morning, it might be early, making pancakes, doing this. This is the relaxing part of my day. So I have to compare to other people's stress levels and the things they've been through. For me, yeah, having a kid can be stressful. It's a lot, but it's a lot less than a lot of the things I've gone through in my life. So I feel probably the biggest effect parenting has had on me is my child has been just as good for me as, I as a mother have been for him. It's like he's stopping me from making unhinged decisions. He's stopping me from making irresponsible decisions. Like, I am constantly veering, although I still fail, I'm constantly veering back towards, living a more stable, wiser life purely because of my child. I think I'd probably be dead by now if I didn't have a kid, just because I have this penchant for chaos, as you saw from my younger years, all the protests, getting banned from countries. I don't know why, but I am addicted to chaos. I have an addictive personality, not necessarily towards drugs or these kind of things, not that I haven't tried them, but it's like my addiction is like the dopamine, the high energy chaos, this and that. So my child forces me to be still. He forces me to introspect. He forces me to self-improve. Like, there really is a level of ego death, and that I hear from all parents. You have to die to yourself. You have to become a less selfish person when you have a kid. And so I don't, it's something that it's a journey, but overall it's good for you in character development. It's very good for you to have kids. I don't know if that's answering your question whatsoever. I think I'm just yapping now.
I think it's a beautiful answer. And I nearly completely agree. I don't think having my son changed much of who I am or how I behave. I think it did show me that there is this level of experience that exists available to us that is so beyond anything else. In like the simplest things, like watching my son be born, watching my son take the mop out and mop the grass. These kinds of things are so far beyond anything I've ever experienced from like good feelings. Epicurus would have described this as ataraxia, Aristotle eudaimonia, but like these high levels of awe, excitement, just pure joy. And I was curious because, like, I don't anything to do with my son, kind of like you were saying, are the most easy aspects of my life, because those normal things that feel like, I don't want to make this phone call today, or I don't want to do this. There's nothing I don't want to do with my son. And so
Yeah.
it's just, you wouldn't believe how many times I've talked to people about this, and they come at me with such a negative utilitarian lensing, a suffering avoidance calculus, where they're like, oh, you just wait till once they get to age 2, and then you're really going to realize what you've gotten yourself into. Or, my daughter is going to be born in a few weeks. So, I mean, then I'll have, yeah, thank you very much. So, and then people will say, no, you just wait till you have 2. But I'm starting to realize that a lot of these myths that people talk about, with regards to the child being the difficult part, I think that part is a myth. And I think what the true difficulty is people garnering the right kinds of virtues for themselves that are going to make any kind of experiences, including parenting, feel like a breeze. Like, for example, if you're not holding up patience as a high virtue, if you're not holding up lightheartedness as a high virtue, you're going to find these things difficult. There's just no question. Like, if you bring a heavy heart and an impatient mind to parenting, I can see how that could be hell with any child. So I want to see parents, whether they're starting out when their kids are already around, or if they can do it before they decide to have children. Don't use your children as a means to some better end for yourself. Bring something better to the table as parents, and I mean that, like, ethically, like hold yourself to higher virtue standards is kind of what I'm promoting.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I would have. I really hate the argument that comes from right-wing spheres sometimes, where it's like, you should have kids because it's the right thing to do and it will make you happy. No, you shouldn't have kids because you think it's going to make you happy. It's a big yikes, right? You should have kids because you think that you can really add something to their life, and you can give them a good life, and you can improve the world, and you are fully psychologically prepared for what it means to raise up another human being, rather than this, like, it's like our marriage is falling apart, I'm sure another kid will fix it ideology. Just have kids for the sake of kids, number go up, graph good. It's really just a flattened version of reality that I don't think anyone should adhere to. It's a difficult decision. It shouldn't be made with such it shouldn't be made because there's a political cult telling you to do that. But yeah, I'd agree. Yes. It's there are these experiences. There's not enough words in the English language for some of these things. I love the word hirayeth or seshunt. It's like this word for like a home that you know you belong to, but you can't get there in this lifetime, or a home that you've lost or something. And C.S. Lewis used that to talk about this longing we have for heaven, and George Grant would say it's intimations of deprival, meaning there's, as humans, we have longing for something. Every longing we have has an end, a logical end. Like when we're hungry, that's because we need to eat, and that food, sustains us and keeps the body going. We have a longing for sex because that closeness, that reproduces the human race. And then we have this longing for something more. What is that? Well, that must point to the existence of a God. There's also this like feeling you get from kids and seeing them grow that you talk about. It's like there isn't a word for it because it's higher than regular joy. It's higher than regular satisfaction that you get from, just your own successes or your own trophies that you've gotten in life. And I wish there was a better word for it, because I understand exactly what you're talking about, but I don't think the English language quite has it.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's almost easier to express with art, or if I have a piano in front of me. And maybe that's why such things emerged in the first place. But I think we should transition to some debates with our lovely Discord members here. Everyone, all you have to do, including you, Lauren, is click down on the live Hangout tab, and it's got the red button by it, and we'll see you all there.
Harm people the most or whatever.
We got loads of people joining all of a sudden. Hello.
Oh, Uh-oh.
Hey everyone, if you guys
Did
could
interrupt?
mute, if you guys could
Did we
mute, that would
interrupt
be great.
something?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Yeah, please mute. And by the way, some of you guys, you have to be given perms, because of the way the server is set up for anti-troll. So
Yeah,
if
we'll
you're
we'll
server
we'll do
muted,
that. We'll take
Yeah.
care of that. We got a limited amount of time, so let's get to it here. All right. Who wants to go first with Lauren? Just unmute your mic if you're interested in asking a question or having some discussion. Let's see. We got a bunch of
Hey,
you.
I'm interested
Yeah.
in going if that's
Yep.
possible.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so Lauren, I'm not familiar with your work. Are you a theist? Like, do you believe in God?
I do believe in God, yeah.
Okay. So I think like from like the conversation I've been hearing so far, it sounds like the belief in God is like a pertinent idea towards like your political ideology, et cetera, and like how you structure your life, et cetera. So like I just be wondering like why like you believe in God, like what would be like the motivations for that?
I mean, I grew up evangelical, so I think I always have to acknowledge there's going to be this bias to like a childhood comfort that there was always this assumption that God existed. And then when I got older, 19, 20, I started to drift away from that, went and lived, the prodigal son life for a bit there. And whether someone believes personally that God exists as a being, there is this inexplainable hunger and longing I have for something higher. There's this inexplainable feeling I've had in my life when I go out for cold plunges, when I'm in nature, when I'm quiet enough, that there is something beyond this realm, that there is something there that when I direct myself towards it, when I direct my consciousness towards that, my life starts moving and aligning in the direction I want it to go in the sense of spiritual fulfillment. And these are words and these are concepts that you can't put into graphs. It's really difficult to have conversations about them on the internet because I can't just say, look at this statistic or that statistic. But also what I call God might be something that you call wisdom, peace, love, fulfillment. All these feelings to me encompass that higher direction, Jacob's ladder, so to speak, of that constant walking towards things that are greater than the self. I also think when we talk about how we engage with the world and other people, I find it very difficult to engage or have meaningful creativity discussions or relationships with people who don't believe in anything greater than themselves. It really closes off one's idea of love. It really closes off one's idea of creativity and the possibilities for the world and relationships. So I think just in the sense of believing there is something greater than oneself, you are already expanding the levels to which you can take your life and, your spiritual journey. But if you don't believe in a spirit, that's going to be perhaps a non-starter in conversation whatsoever,
Yeah, well, I think that like when you say, once you kind of have this overarching belief about the world and the higher purpose and whatnot, your life kind of starts to move in that direction. I think that's sort of like a trivial claim. It's essentially just like saying that your actions align with your dispositions, right? And so I don't think like that particular type of disposition is going to be is going to have like something exclusive that like an atheist doesn't have in terms of like social policy, et cetera. Unless you're just going to question back against the atheist and say something like, well, like our religious values are like the true one or something like this, right? So like that's why I just be more interested in like not necessarily why you have certain dispositions towards believing in God, but why do you actually have the belief that God exists?
I find it's undeniable that there is something greater than myself going on here. There's a greater story. I am not the center of the universe. There are so many every person around me is a universe unto themselves. And I think, have you ever heard of the idea of like an egregor from rationalist communities? It's like this concept that people can come up with an idea and it almost becomes an entity of its own when so many people start talking about it, like the manosphere
Yeah,
or
like
whatever.
hyperstitions, yeah.
Yeah, like, and suddenly the group mind starts moving towards the entity instead of all of these people, just talking about one thing. It starts controlling itself. And there is this like greater story than just our own minds going on here. And I really do think,
But let me ask you this. Can I just ask you
yeah,
a
go ahead.
clarifying question? Are you saying like this greater story is just like the story of like religion and God?
Well, I mean, these are what the myths are pointing to, whether it doesn't even have to be Christian, like the pagan myths all point to this. There is something greater than self. We have a duty to go on our hero's journey to fulfill this, to pursue greater knowledge, to, differentiate from our community and our parents and live our own life and kind of come into a higher story than just what we are born into in our little communities. And I think that higher story and that coming into self, that, discovery of the knowledge of good and evil, overcoming one's own base instincts, all of that is part of a journey towards God. And I may call it God, you may just call it, a kind of intellectual and psychological journey, and that's fine. I do believe that it is a spiritual entity that is higher than us, though, and I'm not going to pretend I'm great at debating it. I'm not debating religion or theology with Pearl for a reason, because I am not a theological debater. I'm not a pastor. I'm just starting studying theology in a master's program, and I'm at the very beginning of that journey. Have I read a lot of C.S. Lewis? Sure, but I have a long way to go. This is my personal feelings. It's not something I'm trying to dictate to you or say you need to feel in any capacity, so this isn't like a strong debate stance I would take, especially because I am a theological baby. I'm coming back into my understanding of religion because I grew up very evangelical and had to undo a lot of my perspectives of the world, because my understanding of God came from traditions. They came from, drawing Jonah and the whale in Sunday school. It was like a very baby version of God. You do X, Y, Z and you go to heaven. I'm just coming into a new perspective on that as I'm in my 30s. And it hasn't quite fully formed, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
Okay, so
all
it
right,
sounds like what you're saying is
I do have to move on to the next questioner, just so we get through. And thank you so much for the questions. Min, did you have something you would like to ask? Our very own Min. You are unmuted, Min. No?
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Oh,
do you mind if
you're fine, Min? Okay. Let's go to the deplorable clockwork game person.
Oh shit. Guess I'm talking. Hey, hi. How's it going?
Hello.
Crap.
Where
do I begin?
Yeah. Just if you have a question, let's jump right into it because we got limited time. Yeah.
Where do you see the world in 5 to 10 years, Lauren?
Where do I see the world in 5 to 10 years? That's really difficult to predict because we're in a very fast moving, new singularity here with AI and the online space. I think that there's going to be an inevitable kind of fatigue with politics. It's already happening, in my opinion, where we keep having the same conversations over and over again, rehashed, especially if you started in politics in 2015, 16. You can see it. It's the constant, feminism bad again, migrant conversations, over and over. But is any sort of policy actually changing, or is this just the batting, going back and forth, right, left, right, left, right, left? And everyone's very good at the attention game right now. How do we get as many people donating to our cause? How do we get as many people clicking on this link? And all of it is for kind of podcastistan. I don't know. What are people calling it now? It's for like the podcaster cinematic universe. Not a lot of it is the slow and real politics of, day-to-day life. It's kind of this hall of mirrors that we're existing in. I always compare this with, you look at Israel, for example. If you talk to the average person based on Instagram Reels or X, you would think that Israel as a country was over because of the sentiment people have on both the left and the right towards it. But in reality, in hard power, they've made more forward momentum in the last, 2 years than they have since the 7-Day War. Like getting foreign leaders that they were opposing killed, getting tons of funding from the US, taking land in the West Bank and Gaza, military power. So hard power and real change on the ground is very different from internet conversations and what the sentiment is online about any given topic. And I think that in the next 5 years, people are going to start to realize that. And I don't know how that's going to manifest, but eventually this is all going to come to a head that people's attention spans are just being harvested essentially. And we've been on a bit of a psychological treadmill for a while.
All right. Did you have a quick follow-up there? I'm not going to read your whole name again.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We're going to move to Arceon, I think it was. You had something to say? Yeah.
Hello, it's been a while.
Hi.
Hey. So, okay, now I'm going to give you credit here. I do agree with you to the degree that our feelings definitely motivate us to do certain things, but I can't get around the idea. Call me a Ben Shapiro cock. I'm not a huge fan of them these days, but I still believe that ultimately we do have to submit to reality, into the facts of how the world works. Even our feelings, I think, know this on some degree. We have to suppress them to a certain degree at certain times.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, just because feelings don't care about your facts doesn't mean that facts don't matter at all, right? The point is that the idea that facts don't care about your feelings is too much of a I just think it's
It's a bad
inverse when it comes
dichotomy.
to the actual, yeah, it's a bad dichotomy. Like when it comes to people's actual motivations, feelings matter way more to them. But my point is that we engage with facts for the sake of our feelings. And our feelings are we want a better society. Our feelings are we want our families to be happier. Our feelings are we want to be healthier, whatever. And we're motivated by like passion, by desire, by love. And so we use facts, which are important, as tools to pursue our emotional wants and desires, you know?
Okay. So maybe this wouldn't be the best. Well, it depends.
And
I want to make
sometimes
sure I
those
don't sound
emotional wants and desires are disordered, and we do need to suppress and control them. Yes.
right. When you're on the road and some jerk cuts you off, you can't just shock them in the face. But okay,
Yeah.
so I don't want to straw man you here. So I guess my big question is: do you think one matters more than the other?
Does one matter more than the other? Yeah, I think I would be. I'm not a utilitarian at the end of the day, so in some cases, perhaps I would lean more toward feeling. Like I think the problem is that, you know, what is to be motivated by true or pure love, right? Someone can be motivated by true or pure love to like donate their organ, like a kidney or something, to a sibling, and that's like a beautiful. Are the facts that, you know, they'd probably be better to keep it in case they had an organ failure of their own. You know, it's a surgery that's going to put them out for a while, whatever. Like, you know, that would be a feelings don't care about your facts in a very ordered, higher purpose kind of way, you know?
Right.
Or sacrificing yourself to save someone else, jumping on the grenade. Do any of the facts make sense to do that? No, not really. You know, you're going to die, but like love, that's the highest order. But then I think once again, the human heart and mind can be really deceptive, and you can have like your highest order be love, but then that love is not reciprocated. And so you like stalk someone or follow them or whatever. And you could convince yourself you're motivated by love, but are you really, or is this actually selfishness?
Or is it just
An
lust and
obsession.
selfishness?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yes, if it's motivated by pure love, I think that that's generally going to be better than like a factually autistic utilitarian viewpoint. But once again, we disorder those.
As someone, well, actually, you know what? That wouldn't be a very funny joke. I was going to make a joke about being on the spectrum and you saying very autistic, but it wasn't going to be funny. So never mind. We'll just dodge that like the hidden.
Right.
Anyway, so okay, and I agree to a large degree, and I think that maybe you are picking up on like what Father Mike Schmitz would say. I think the larger Catholic Church would also agree with this, that love is willing the good of the other, and so naturally, an actual form of love would be like, even if they marry somebody else, I just want them to be happy, and that's a much healthier version of love than say like, you know, this is their address, I can sneak in the bushes, you know, something like that. I think that's probably what. Yeah, right.
I mean,
okay.
every archetype has its shadow version, you know, love
right.
as well.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay, great.
What's up?
I just want to move on to the next questioner, just because I want to get as many in as we can. We do have a limited amount of time, so
great
thank you,
Julian.
Sorry, if you've already spoken or if you're not speaking, can you please mute? We're going to go to CJ next. Go ahead, CJ.
Okay. Lauren, I've been watching you since I was like 15.
One sec.
No
What's
way.
happening?
That's crazy.
Horrible. Mute yourself or I'm going to server mute you. All right.
Go ahead, CJ.
Since I was like 15, which was like probably 2015, 2016. It's awesome seeing you here.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
All right. I think Julian's been trying to chat for a while.
Oh, Oh, you were just saying hi? Okay, well, thanks for sticking around for all those years. I wasn't sure if you had a question.
Yeah, I don't have much to argue with you about.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
it's
Julian,
very
go
cool
ahead.
to have you here.
Okay. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, wow, cool. Oh, hey, Lauren. Really nice to speak with you. It's kind
Hi,
of a
Julian.
surreal experience. Yeah,
No
it's a
worries.
pleasure. I just want to say first and foremost, I was huge admirer of your work to the point that, and I think it's important to mention it because I will have to be getting critical with my brief time I have here, but
That's
just
all
to
right.
just to establish something real quick. It seems as though I think it's fair to say, when you reflect upon your career, you seem to be looking upon it with much regret. I don't really see you look at it fondly, but to me, that just I don't understand why. I even when I go back and revisit many of your videos, even some of the more obscure ones, I can't help but just still to this day nod along. And I know I'm not an immature guy. I know I'm not someone who is ideologically captured, etc., etc. So I just it does beg the question of, like, am I perhaps overlooking something? You know, like what exactly what are you regretting?
I think when I look back at my career, I see myself getting caught up in a political movement and being more, inclined towards the group think than I was towards just logically analyzing the ideas. Like, it's not necessarily that there are points where, oh, I got everything wrong in this video, right? But it's what did it end up to? What did it amount to? What are the movements that actually came forward and took over? Like, I worked with Tommy Robinson, who I talk about in my book a lot. Excuse me, I've been drinking too much Monster. But
Yeah, I've been there.
and then you get like the eternal activism that happens now. You prop up these figures, you don't question it because it's like, okay, well, this is for the cause, this is for the right. Maybe they're getting things wrong here and there, maybe there's a scam here and there, but we don't worry about that because overall it's for the cause. And then what happens is you eventually get this movement that is built up primarily based on scams and based on false information, and it will collapse, it will fail, because this is the same thing that the social justice warriors did in 2015. Well, if we get some facts wrong, that's okay, because it's for the wider cause of anti-racism. If we've got a scam here and there and we're just wasting people's money, that's okay, because for the wider cause of, climate, environmental, this, that, and the other. But eventually smart people will see through it. And I think that we kind of created a movement with the seeds of its own destruction planted in because there was no immune system. So you look at the Unite the Kingdom March, and that was all to promote a cryptocurrency rug pull scam. And you think people who didn't have their money rug pulled aren't going to notice that and be angry and be upset and rightfully turn on this movement as being something that has betrayed them? Of course they will. You look at this rape gang report, and it's not done well. It was done overnight, and it's using activist math that just came out. And you have a girl in there that they're featuring who literally was sent to jail because she falsely accused a young man of rape, and what he went to jail himself with sex offenders. You could get stabbed to death for that. And luckily, it was proven that she lied. It was proven that she had faked this. She literally bought a hammer, sent fake texts to herself, everything. And they still include that in this report. That matters. Like, those are people's lives that are being destroyed. Inflating the numbers by comparing every constituency to Telford and Rotherham, which have an extremely high migrant population. When normal people and intelligent people look at that, they go, this whole movement is bullshit. You don't care about real information. And when I've been banned from half a dozen countries, I've lost my income, I can't rent places, I've literally lost a marriage over this. Like, I've lost everything in my life for this cause, and then people just use it to get money and quick hits and political accolades and sell scams. Like, yeah, it's very upsetting to me. It's really upsetting, I'll be honest.
Sorry, are you referring to the recently exposed scandal that the advocates
Rupert
like
Lowe
Rupert
put out,
Lowe are
yeah, and then
spearheading?
even
Yeah.
you look at it, like, Rupert Lowe is just splitting the vote with the restore and reform right now. Like, watch tomorrow, the election results are going to come in, and if Labor wins, like, what are we doing here? What's going on there?
It sounds like you really did your homework here. Like, yeah, you get see. I just know the surface level of the matter. I pick up on pieces here and there. I'm kind of like, I think I'm like you in that I usually don't really fixate on one topic for too long. I like to get a good breadth of information and sort of work my way through that lens. because I just like
Yeah.
I just like perspective. Like, but you right now you just gave me specific well you just gave me specific instances that don't seem to be at the forefront of this conversation, and so that does encourage me. Let me go double check this. So yeah, this just further proves the fact that you never lost your mojo. In fact, it was like, and all these things you're saying, like you seem to be making valid critiques, but I don't understand how that applies to you. Like I look at you, I see, like, for example, when you to give you something specific, you at one point expressed a sort of sorrow over how you dealt with people in on the street interviews, how you felt as though you were kind of a bit too cutthroat. You kind of made perhaps you were harboring that bit of that sort of mind games energy, but that just frankly, Lauren, that's retrofitting. I go back and see how you engage with these people. I mean, there's one particular example that stands out to me. Back when you were here in Toronto, I'm from Toronto, by the way. And I think it was of Jordan Peterson about the C16, was that the bill? C16 bill?
Yeah, Bill C62.
The
Yeah, or C16
right,
or something.
yeah.
C16, I think. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but continue.
Right. And yeah, the imposition of gendered language onto the profession into a professional context, which I assume, I think, like Peterson was warning, would eventually just trickle down to the rest of society and become sort of a naturally make its way towards passing an Orwellian threshold. But anyway, I saw you there interviewing people. I think the video said "gender is over" protest or something, and you were.
Did you have a final question, Julian? I do need to move on. Did you have a final question, Julian?
Oh man, that sucks. I was so enjoying this. Jesus.
Hey, Julian, I'm going to do another live stream. I'll do it in a few weeks here, maybe a week, just because I feel bad because I ended my other one earlier. So be sure to tune in.
Right,
I'll put it
good.
on Substack and Subscribestar and give a little more notice.
Right. Yeah, I actually am on your Subscribestar. Would it be? Is it possible for any back and forth on there? I'm just no pressure. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. I mean, potentially. I'm really trying to stay off the internet too much, which means I'm not answering all my questions. But I did.
No pressure.
I like this though.
pressure.
It's a good conversation. Maybe I'll have you on the live stream. Yeah.
If I can just wrap this up, if I can just say two more things, is that okay, sir? All right, two more things. So basically, if you go back and watch that video, there was near the end of it, there was this gender ambiguous person that was speaking to you in a really sensitive fashion. And you went out and you were really charitable with this person. You heard him, you gave him the time to speak, like you guys are giving me time to speak now. And you were actually very sympathetic towards them. And you said, hey, I really like this. Let's do an interview. Let's do a follow-up. I mean, it showed right from back then, when you in your salad days, you always had that integrity. Like that's what you were valued for. You were an iconoclast, but you were never like a full-on Myron Gaines, like super cutthroat type. And as a matter of fact, ironically, it was those who actually were in opposition to you. They were the ones who were aggressive. They were the ones who poured liquid on you. They were the ones that were trying to silence you, etc., etc. That was never you. So then when you go back and look, oh my God, I was speaking about these women like a slut walk, whatever, and I was not fair with them. No, it's the other way around. Like you were totally composed. That's why you're famous, Lord, because you were composed, grace under pressure, through and through, and
I wasn't composed. I wasn't composed enough, though. There were enough people that misunderstood the things I was saying that I think I
need to respectfully, yeah.
I appreciate it. I've never, had to argue with someone against myself, but here I am. It's like I just see the seeds of where the internet destruction has led and how I planted some of those, and I just feel like,
you're hard on yourself. You're just way too hard on yourself.
I am hard on myself, but I
Seriously,
think
for real.
It's like I see all of the every time I cut corners in doing anything, every time it's like, wow, this would get a lot of views if we just cut this down a little shorter, everything. These are the little compromises that everyone on YouTube has made that has led us to the point we are now, where everything is just about clickbait. Everything is just about portraying the opposite side or the other gender in the worst form possible. And I look at this with like the slut walk interviews. Were they funny? Were they entertaining at the time? Yes. But am I really going to get the most thoughtful analysis of, rape statistics from a 16-year-old girl on the street that's clearly just gotten caught up in some ridiculous Facebook activism group? Like, no, that's not the person I should be interviewing. There are more thoughtful people that I could have spoken to about this, right?
But they're the ones that are giving a platform. They're the ones who have a voice in the universities. They're the ones that are being emboldened.
And I'm helping give them a platform, right? I was helping give some of those people were literally 13, 14. I remember having a debate with Ezra with like, I don't think I should
Yeah.
publish this. I don't think I should publish this 13-year-old on the internet. And he's like, well, they did the interview. And there are these ethical decisions where it's like, if a left-wing journalist finds a drunk MAGA guy saying the N-word and publishes that and makes it seem like this is a representation of Trump supporters, I think that's just as unethical as me taking a 13-year-old girl that is stumbling over her words in the middle of a street interview and pretending that's all people who represent feminism. Right? Like it's just the beginning seeds of this down the drain discourse. But I appreciate what you're saying because I understand like not everything I said when I was younger was total delusion. I had a lot of real grievances. Like I grew up in a country that was increasingly moving towards very radical social justice opinions and views and censoring of free speech. And I still have opinions I said then that I agree with now, but I'm hard on myself because I think the internet has taken us in a really bad direction and I can just see points where I had some culpability in that. But I appreciate that you're defending me.
Yeah. Thank you, Julian. Really appreciate it. You had a great run there. We're going to Dragon Slayer next. Dragon Slayer, you're up. I think you have a camera
Lauren,
as well.
thank you, Travis.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Hi.
I was watching your stream earlier and you were talking about trad culture and how a lot of like 2-income families with the women working isn't by choice, and I agree with that. And I see, as someone who follows Christ, I see a lot of warfare leaking into the political, and my view is that inflation and debt and all this stuff is weaponized to kind of make this a reality and harm the family structure. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on how we can revitalize traditional culture. My thoughts are we have communal groups that go to homesteading and we start something new. But what do you think?
Well, I think that's the thing. It has to be something new. Like, no one viewed themselves as being traditional in the 50s, right? They were just doing what the cultural pressures of their time demanded. They were doing what was normal. So when you have people today that are, going home and watching Love Island at the end of the day, working a 9 to 5, the woman's working, the man's working, they're on birth control, trying to plan when they're going to have their kid. They are exactly what the people in the 50s were doing. They're just doing what the cultural pressures of their time incentivized them to do. Do I think we need to return to having more community? Of course, that would be super healthy. Did the cultural pressures of COVID forcing us all to log online and stay inside all day help that? No, it didn't. But we can't just tell people, let's LARP as people from 100 years ago because that was good. We can't do it. We have nothing in our lives that is making that possible or easy. So I don't think we can return to what was before, but we can create something healthier now where we're not like, I was watching this video on Instagram Reels where this guy was talking about one of the main problems with relationships today is we're viewing it as a competition. Who can care less competition, right? I don't care about the man. I don't care about the woman. I'm the cooler one. I'm the more detached one. And when relationships should be viewed as a team building, like what's better for you is better for me, and we're working towards a goal together. And I think teaching people how to properly love, teaching people to be less materialist. We're all victims of materialism. You look at clavicular and everyone's like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Well, men are just being forced to compete on the same plane women have in a materialist world for hundreds of years, as women are being forced to compete as check marks in Excel spreadsheets for corporations now. We're all being forced into this battle to the bottom of suffering and materialism. And I think teaching people and moving us back to a less materialist view of things will naturally have more positive, gender relations and community relations. But it's not going to come from LARPing as, 50s housewives and husbands, because there's nothing in our culture that's pushing us towards that. And it would be performative.
Yeah, I see that.
But I appreciate it. I think the homesteading's good. I send my kid to a Waldorf school and the community all work together. Everyone's multiple parents teach there and help out. Like whenever you can get a community working in unison together, I think that's a good thing. And we don't have to call it trad. We don't have to give it any sort of political bent. It's just something people naturally want to do when it produces good results, right?
Yeah. I never really called myself trad. I do.
The backwards hat isn't selling it.
I do see what you're saying about people like LARPing and whatnot, where we just need to be authentic. And I like what you said, touching on, if you have both parties seeking the highest and best good for each other and for the family, then that's ideal. Um, it's sad that we live in a society where a lot of times it is necessary for both parties to work, and I see a lot of times that um, I always talk about the poet Juvenal, who was a Roman poet, and he had a phrase, panem et circenses, which was bread and circuses. So essentially, he was talking about welfare and entertainment. That's how you keep the people from revolting. And I see modern governments adding another layer where, there is this deal with inflation and debt where people are too busy working their fingers to the bone to pay attention to politics and what's going on.
And they can't afford to. Usually in the past, people had like 6 months of, paychecks saved up if a disaster happened. And you could use that because people could take a month or two off to protest or, um, have some sort of stand up to their company or government, and people they're living paycheck to paycheck and they can't afford to. But then I also think another aspect of the bread and circuses is the online arena. People feel like they're doing something when they hit like and share, or when they donate to these political figures and influencers. Well, I gave $100 to this rally, but sorry, that's actually going to this guy's private jet, and it's a black hole. It's not actually doing anything. These people are getting views for the sake of views and getting you hyped up. Civil war, this, that, and the other. And it takes all of that energy people would have for actually pursuing things in their own communities, which don't get as many likes. It's not as exciting. You don't get as much dopamine as hitting that button, and they're putting it into the internet. And that's tough to say as someone who does internet stuff. And I always deal with this contradiction where it's like, I think people need to log off to make things better, but then I also want you to read my Substack and read my book and listen when I'm doing live streams or whatever. But that is the truth, unfortunately, that we do kind of need to stop paying attention to online politics and pay attention to the things we can fix to have any sort of movement, real movement.
All right, Dragon. I do have to move on to the next questioner, but
real
yeah,
quick,
go ahead.
Don't mind one last thing.
Yeah.
I think with online, like, we can use it as a conch shell, like a rallying call, and share ideas, but then encourage people. All right, get into your communities, get your hands dirty, start a community garden or something. Thanks, Lauren.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Travis.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Dragon. So we have next up is Darth. Darth, you're up next, and then it's going to be Ed, and that's probably going to be all we have time for. So, Darth, go ahead. All right, Darth's not ready.
Hey.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Hey.
go ahead, Darth. Yeah.
I'm here. Yes.
Yep.
Hey, I don't know much about you. I heard of you a couple years ago, being in the right Republican sphere of America, over here from Germany. Have you, I know you changed and stuff. Have you also had, I don't know if you were transphobic or not, and I wondered if you changed on that, or if you just are not, or whatever.
I don't think I've ever considered myself transphobic. I'm not afraid of people who identify as transgender, nor am I, disgusted or hateful. I have people that I've known in my life who have considered themselves transgender or transitioned, and I've loved them all the same. Do I think that there has been a push that has been somewhat unhealthy in the culture for I don't know if you would agree with this, but transitioning children? I think that that's a little absurd. I don't think those are decisions people can make at that age.
I was a child, and I would have needed to transition at a young age and not at 28. So that's basically the issue, because
Oh, you mean for
I would have
the
needed-
hormones and everything to have the full effect? I
Yeah,
think it's a way more complicated
pre-puberty
topic.
and
I
shit,
think it's an
yeah.
extraordinarily complicated topic that I think the right has approached with very little humanity or empathy
Yeah,
for people who
yeah.
genuinely deal with gender dysphoria. And I've done videos on this in the past that I don't think I would do today, just because there's more research, but it's also a very small percentage of the population that have seemingly taken hostage of a lot of the conversation, in one part because I think they get a lot of clicks from dissident media.
Yeah.
And then on the other part, because there are genuine activists that are saying delusional things that are getting traction. Hopefully you would agree with me that there's within sports, sorry,
Yeah,
but even transgender people are still biologically different, even when they're on drugs, than a biological woman, right? Would you agree with that?
No,
No, you don't think there's a difference between someone who was born a man and begins transitioning from someone who was born a woman?
not enough. No, for
Not
sports.
oh.
No.
So you think that there should be biological males able to compete in women's sports?
No, that shouldn't be separated that way.
It shouldn't be separated that way. Sorry, I'm not sure if
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I'm not sure we agree there then. I think there might be some disagreement there.
Well, obviously,
But I don't know,
would
would you consider that transphobic?
Obviously, I want to play in a men's team. So, like, would you put me in a women's team?
Did you transition from female to male?
Yes.
I mean, like on a local level, I don't think that would matter that much, right? But like on Olympic levels, which is not like the average person's experience, I think that
On
matters.
Olympic levels, I would be so behind all the cis men.
You know
so
what?
Like,
yeah, that's what I mean. But that's what I mean. There is I have no. If it's the other way around, like, good for you, impressive at this point, right? But it's obviously being split because men generally have a biological advantage. But I don't think I don't think that.
Well, I can work out.
Transphobic conversation.
I could work out now on testosterone for over 8 years now, and I could work out and be just as strong as them.
Hey,
So like,
I don't even think there's a single like right-wing Republican that would disagree with someone who's transitioned from female to male if they can make it on the men's Olympic team. Like, all power to you. I think people more the other way around.
Like, why is if that works fine? Why is there an issue with the other way around? Like, I don't get it.
But what there is a quite literal like bone structure differences we're dealing with here, like lung capacity, shape, shoulder length, everything. Like, there might be an argument. There might be an argument if someone has like literally transitioned pre-puberty. There might be an argument there, but there's biological differences that are indisputable, and I don't think this is even like a left-right conversation or a hating anyone conversation.
Wait, did you just say there's a difference when someone transitions like before puberty?
Yeah, like that might be a more nuanced conversation, but then that brings
Which,
in the
like, that should be the, like,
people to do that.
And like, that should be the optimal for trans people, shouldn't it? Like, I should have been able to transition already before transition. Puberty, sorry.
I think the research here is it's dicey right now, and it's early, and it's hard to study, and anything that leads to, irreversible,
it's clear in my case,
children and everything. That's a. Can you at least accept like people aren't having these conversations out of hate?
I knew it at a very early age. If only one person would have talked to me, it would have fucking clicked. And not only at 28. So like, if only I would have gotten support in that region, I would have completely transitioned earlier and would have not have to cut my fucking breasts off now. So like, yeah.
But then, okay, I understand. I understand there are cases where there are individual cases where people will be happier, post-transition. I believe that that's like an absolutely possible thing. But then I also know people who cut their breasts off and now are having to pay for surgeries to get them back. So it's a way more.
Well,
like,
that's
would you
like
acknowledge
such
that?
a low fucking percentage. Like, it doesn't matter. And like,
But
that's
it's
only
real.
even a matter because of the. That's
here's
only
the
a matter
thing.
because of all the chaos existing about it.
Transgenderism in general is such a small percentage of the population as is. I think it is
Yeah.
a very nuanced case by case conversation. And I don't think, like, I get annoyed with people who would just like totally dehumanize you and not be interested in having that conversation with people who struggle with gender or sexuality or this kind of stuff. Like, that's a real thing in day-to-day life, human life, people struggle with and think about. But especially when we have such boxed in gender kind of norms. To me, it's best if people are just happy without surgeries and don't feel boxed in or defined by their gender. Like, you can be a tomboy and be born a girl, and you can partake in all of the social things that a man would partake in without having to like chop yourself
Yeah, I
up or
tried
something,
that.
All right,
Yeah,
Darth.
and I'm not saying you're like, I don't know, that's your life, but that would be, I think that is like the ideal, you know, that is very body positive. I'm not saying that that's specifically your situation. I don't know you or your life, but that to me, it's ideal if people don't have to get surgery to be happy with themselves.
Girls can be tomboys, no problem, and still be girls. Like,
all right, Darth, thank you so much for your questions. We got
Thank
the
you.
last one,
Thank you.
Ed Powell. Ed Powell, you are our final questioner of today. Go ahead, Ed.
Lauren, long time listener, first time caller.
Hi.
You asked, somebody asked you earlier where you see the world in 5 years. That's not interesting. Where do you see Lauren Southern in 5 years?
I don't even know what I'm going to do in 2 weeks. I don't know. That's a big question. My hope is that I'll write more. I'd like to write another book. I've got some ideas. I like writing more than I like doing YouTube videos or commentary or even debates, because I think that we can actually get across what we mean more when we sit with a sentence for 2 hours than when we're just spouting out what we're thinking on the top of our head. And I think we've lost that art. We've lost the art of reading and writing because it's not exciting and it doesn't trigger all the little dopamine things in our head. So I'd like to write more. Hopefully in 5 years, you don't see me re-addicted to the internet. This live stream is a big step for me. Maybe you'll see me online every single day streaming Arc Raiders or Mario or something. We'll see. Hopefully not. Doing crack or espionage for Iran. Who knows? But hopefully it's writing books and living a bit more of a peaceful life, doing a debate or an interview here and there. Speaking of Travis, I've asked Uncensored America and they haven't gotten it, but I'd love to debate Myron Gaines. That's another person that
yeah.
I'd love to debate.
That's something that can easily be made happen. So, great. Well, thanks, Ed, for the question. Lauren, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for stopping by and playing with us today. I really appreciate that. And again, everyone, Lauren's going to be going head to head with Pearl Davis in Dallas on October 3rd. If you can make it down to Dallas to see this event live, it's going to be awesome. Destiny will be debating pre-show against Terrence Popp, who is a Manosphere Red Pill guy who's also a veteran. So that's going to be, of course, very entertaining as well. So make sure you guys do try to make it down to Dallas. If you can't, of course, on the main channel, on the Pangburn main channel, we will be releasing those debates and we will be having constant conversations relating to those debates here on our new live channel. Lauren, thank you so much. Go take care of baby.
Thank you so much for having me. Cheers.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. And we will break into just general conversation here now that our guests are done. Again, special thanks to TJump for coming on today, and Lauren Southern. It was a great time. Loved the conversations. On YouTube, make sure you guys subscribe. Those of you who are here in Discord with us, if you haven't subscribed to our new live channel, we have conversations like this every single night. We don't always have a special guest, but we have conversations for you guys to engage in, and we sit in a room like this and have group conversations. We pick different topics. We talk about political topics. We talk about the existence of God. There are many atheists, and we also have some theists in the server here. It would be great to have more theists. You're all welcome to join us anytime. But yeah, every night around this time, we'll be in the middle of some kind of interesting conversation. And do check out the server rules so that you're clear on the rules here. Mainly, the Pangburn Universe Discord server is governed by two specific rules: good faith and helpfulness. So you're not going to survive long here if you're trolling people, you're being dishonest. So be honest and sincere with your intentions and you'll do fine. And also try to be as helpful as you can be throughout the course of the dialectic and you will be fine. So those are the two main rules here, but check things out. We also have a text library where you can share your own content or videos you've come across that you liked and you want to share. And we, and I'm happy to, for anyone that's interested, if you want to debate me on a particular topic, I'm making myself available to debate more and to help build this new live channel. And if you have any ideas for future guests, send me a DM or post it anywhere in the channel here. We do actually have in the in our community tab, you'll see on the left, there's a guest request tab there where you can just type in a guest there and drop a name, and we'll try to get them on. Yeah, but I think we should talk for the rest of today. Hopefully, Robin or someone can moderate a bit for me, just because I got to go get some food. But yeah,
Is
I
this
think
like
we
an
should.
open discussion?
Yeah, it's just an open discussion, and we'll talk about. Are you okay to cover Robin for a little bit?
Is my mic working okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay,
Yeah, just
yeah,
just I think discussions relating to today's topics and guests would be a good idea. So
And what
I'll be
about
back in a few
questions about
minutes.
the event? Because like I would like to have like Lauren Southern autograph my book because I'm actually mentioned in it.
There will be. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, there will be a book / poster signing at all of our events. We always give away a free poster to everyone who attends so that they can get their poster signed. But if you have a book or anything like that, there will be a signing table after the debate. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So did I guess probably not everybody that wanted to ask a question got to I guess, but
This is all right for me. I don't mind.
you don't mind?
She said quite a few controversial things, and I would have been interested to get into it, but I think they'd be a bit negative, really.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I can agree. See, we have some new people in here, I know, and we had like a flood on YouTube and stuff, and I was trying to mod that too. Did anybody have something they wanted to say about like either TJump or her? Like, is there anything anybody wanted to?
I mean, I wanted to
Hello?
ask her. Sorry. I wanted to ask her a question regarding religion because me and Lauren shared the same religious background. I was raised Pentecostal. I was asking her like because like these evangelical religions tend to be like distance themselves from reality with young earth creationism. Recently, unfortunately, where you have like flat earthers or dinosaurs is all fake. And I want to like to ask her, I'm like, is she a Christian? Like how Christian she is? Like, is she skeptical of certain aspects of Christianity in the Bible?
We got it. Who started asking right after you, Robin? Because Monolith, it sounds like you took over. Somebody started answering.
I don't know, but I don't know, but like I did hear her say that it was a past evangelical. So from what I
There's an
took,
upbringing.
like now she's like entering maybe seminary or theology school, and so
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
She said she grew up evangelical. Her parents were evangelical, and then obviously fell away from the faith, and then was coming back to the faith. And I'm assuming that that's. Well, I mean, she said that she was going to a theological college.
Yeah.
Whatever college level is, I assume that's the highest level that you can do at college that she's studying. But I mean, the question I was going to ask her is, well, you know, what kind of fucking thing, what kind of theological college? Number one, and you are aware that some theological colleges are not really colleges.
Yeah, but I took it from what she said, and I'm just speaking out of not really knowing much about her, that she had kind of gotten away from the evangelical, like
Yeah, like I just said that. Yeah.
part. Yeah.
So she basically said that her parents were evangelicals and she was brought up that way, and then when she fell away from it, as you put it, and now is coming back to some form of Christianity.
I'd say if you like watch, like I'm sure she's got debates or something where she's like you can watch. I don't know. I would have to search her content or whatever, but surely there's something out there where she does discuss that. I would think.
I would think so. It would have been interesting to ask her the question. I was going to ask her what kind of theological college. Some of them are bullshit. Some of them aren't. Maybe she could have said.
She might not want to.
Well, she might have been able to say a Baptist college or something like that, or some non-associated. I don't know. So no, I wouldn't want her to dox herself, obviously.
Maybe
Yeah.
just,
You guys-
and I can't see what your name is. Julian. Maybe just check out some
Yeah.
of her debates or something, and or some of her her channel on over there. I don't know. If she's
Yeah,
got
yeah,
anything.
I'm quite. Yeah, I'm familiar. I'm obviously familiar. When we were just talking about it, it's great chat. So is everyone here just part of the community, or we're just guests, or is anyone that it's an administration that's running all this whole organization? Is there anyone here in leadership?
Well, like a lot of us are Pangburn, but we don't. This is our first time meeting Lauren too. Like
Yeah, I'm more.
Yeah.
Rob internet.
Well, who's
I'm more of a,
who's
good.
Who's organizing the debate? Who's organizing this debate?
Travis.
This upcoming debate.
Yeah, Travis Pangburn.
Okay,
the
the
guy
one-
that was speaking. He just went to get him something
Yeah.
to eat. So
Yeah. So I guess he's like the owner of this establishment. I'm guessing, or the head honcho of the channel. I assume. Okay.
Well,
and
the
he
organization.
right, and he employs you guys, or is it just like a
no, we're not
community thing?
necessarily employees. No, but like Travis has produced and like a lot of debates. If you go and look on Pangburn on our main channel. Through our content, we have debates between like Dinesh D'Souza, Alex O'Connor,
Yeah, that's cool.
Matt Dillahunty, and Jordan Peterson. There's debates, but I mean, there's just like a lot of really good debates in our content.
I wonder if there's ever any sort of like I think someone might have mentioned this amateur, almost quote unquote Amber style sort of Jubilee debates that might be a good idea. Like maybe get a bunch of people that are appraised on a certain topic, bunch of the non-familiar faces, and just have them sequentially take on a familiar face. That'd be pretty. I'd definitely have to join something like that.
Well, yeah. Well, Travis does. He did something like that during the political, in the past year over, like with the Trump supporters and stuff. But he is also he also has one coming. Like I'm not for sure if you know anything about DZ debates and Ian. And anyway, they're called the Unapologetic Group. They're on Sundays. There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
They have call in, like people call in, and he's going to have them in October 10th. They're going to be in New York City, and he's going to have all 3 of them on stage, and you can actually buy a ticket and debate them.
I wonder how he does his networking. He's getting some really respectable names under his belt. That's really quite interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
What's your relation to this fella? Like
my relation? No, I'm not related to him. I joined Pangburn about a little over a year ago.
I just mean like what I mean by that is like how did you come to be associated with this fellow in any capacity? Because it seems like you have some association, correct?
No, I mean just like I said, I used to watch his debates. Like a lot of us are here because we used to watch his debates and stuff, and so I just ended up finding his channel and his Discord, and came in here and made friends,
and he's got a cute beard as well. I mean,
I've just sort of always been there.
Where's your accent from, out of curiosity?
I'm from Kentucky.
UK. Oh, sorry, you were asking Robin.
Oh, he's asking.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind who answers, but yeah, specifically, I wonder because I find it interesting how there's like very subtle nuances to, like, for example, when it comes to, you mentioned UK, like the nuances between like an Irish versus Scottish accent, or in the United States, Texan versus Louisiana, etc. Like it's very interesting, and there's like subtle changes, and I'd like to learn that stuff. Yeah.
Texas, there's a wide range of accents there anyways. Same thing with like other places where you have a lot of people that move into. Accents get sort of like twist and turned. When I was a kid in Texas, it was very y'all and all that kind of stuff. Not so much anymore.
Yeah.
That's still me.
Right.
Oh, God.
It is. It's because you're 90 years old.
Wait, how old are you?
900.
900 years.
Well, I think we might have a vampire in the chat.
Simos was on a coin. There, yeah.
That hasn't been dug up yet.
This Chavez fellow, how does he network as well as he does? That's he has such an
He's
impressive
he's a
reach.
very engaging person. Very engaging.
I mean,
He's
as
very
long
Well, I
thoughtful.
like to think that I'm engaging as well. I don't have a fraction of the reach either. I was like, how does he do it?
I know. Well,
Hold on. It's basically one-on-one relationships he has with people, right? So he's known who's coming up, not the ones coming up, but the ones that just happened. Like I guess Lawrence Krauss is way back, but we were supposed to do him again. A lot of it's just like people that he's known, people who've have done events in the past. If you go back and look at what he was doing, like before I started jumping on in and doing stuff, it was like 2018. If you look back there, it goes back to like 2015, but he was filling out fucking like halls, pretty much coming out of the bat.
Wow, that's crazy because I never heard this name. I've been in this
go to
space a long time.
Yeah, we have a. This is like our.
He went to school for like arts and music and stuff, right? So he has a big contact.
He has connections.
Who have names?
I guess he has connections.
And has like who know people at the specific locations exactly well. Oh, can you get me a deal here? And then he can get a deal here from somebody that allows him to make enough money to throw on other people that come in. He's not playing flat rate everywhere because he has the contact.
Would he ever host like amateur debates? Like maybe if he finds someone who's like yay or nay on a certain topic, and he looks for people.
We talk about that thing back and forth.
He does.
Yeah, we've never.
I definitely love to volunteer for debate at one point.
You can join like the Discord, and we're live most nights. But there's two channels. There's a Pangburn live, and this is the one we're on now. And then there's a Pangburn main channel. That's where all the content is. And but you can join, and we most of the time we have these conversations every night in here.
Oh, yeah, that's sure different for you, doesn't it?
And you'll have plenty of chance to ask Travis any kind of question you want, because most of the time he's in here involved in conversations.
That depends, Robin. So Travis is going to have a baby coming up soon, and then when that happens,
like right now he's still being available. But
for right now.
Like Trey said, though, you can always debate right now, because that's what Trey said. We have debate channels. Like we have different voice channels that you can go to where you can debate somebody. We have theists, we have atheists, we have people we have some Muslims, we have Christians, like we have we do have people of like all beliefs or whatever. So, and as long as you engage in good faith conversation, then we don't really we don't shun anybody for having any different beliefs than us. We might quiz you sometimes pretty hard on it, but you don't have, you can always say that you're not interested in debating, and that's I think everybody should respect your wishes for that. So.
No, we've come to a conclusion on that, Robin. Robin, we've come to a conclusion on that. If you come into a place and the other people want to talk about something and you don't want to, you're the one coming in there. That's not their fault. It's your fault. You don't have the right to come into a room and dictate what they're talking to. We've come to a conclusion.
I didn't say that, Scott. I just said that if I come in there as a Christian, that don't necessarily mean that I have to answer questions about my religion.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's okay. Yeah.
By the way, guys, when Mr. Chavez be returning?
He'll probably be back later tonight at some point.
Yeah, he was on for a couple hours with TJump and then Lauren. So he usually puts his son to bed and he has to eat supper. So he won't be gone probably very long, but I don't know. But I can't say for sure, but. He don't usually.
Okay, I was just wondering if he usually comes back on before everyone's wrapped up or not. Yeah.
Well, he left us on the live, so I'm saying that he won't be gone too long because he left us up on.
Yeah, makes sense. Because I wanted to mention something actually, but because he did so apparently this October the event he has arranged, I think probably the main headline being Miss Lauren versus Miss Pearl Davis, which is pretty interesting. I'm sure that'll be a fun watch, but I don't know. Like to hear how the Pearl's apparently so adamant to debate Lauren, but she never really excelled at dating. Debating. Sorry. Um, she mostly just like does more like conversational content. I don't really see her debate. So I find it very perplexing that she seems to be so gung ho to debate Lauren. I honestly, like, even though like for me, I'm someone who went from agreeing with like almost literally, like pretty much literally everything Lauren said to now not very much not agreeing with everything she said. But I try to have a conversation so we can work it out. And I still like the fact that she's open. And she's quite forthcoming, highly intelligent, super articulate. It's just there's a lot of things I still like about her. But she's clearly, I think it's safe to say, she's clearly taking personal hardship and injecting it into.
There's Travis there.
It's reflecting. What's it called? It is a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a projection. Yeah, it's a projection onto a work that just simply isn't there. So that's what I was trying to convey, and it seems like I was moderately successful in doing so. But more to the point, he did mention Destiny is going to be at this event as well.
There's Travis, so you can ask Travis about.
Yeah, just a couple
cool.
questions, and then I'm going to shut down the live show for tonight, and we can all head down to the tavern. So we have these off-air channels,
That's cool.
everybody. If you see on the left, if you're new to Discord, just look to your left and scroll down. You'll see off-air, and there's my tavern. This is our digital tavern, Trav's Tavern. We have Trav's Garden. We have all these different voice channels you can join, and usually you'll find a good conversation if you just pop into one by yourself if you're looking for a conversation. But yeah, typically at around this time, it's time for the Tav time. But was there a couple of questions you had, Julian?
Oh yes, sir. Thank you. You mentioned that this upcoming event you're hosting over in October. You obviously have the main headline. Miss Southern v. Davis. That's sure to be interesting. But apparently Destiny is going to be present as well. He's going to be doing a little one-on-one.
Yeah, Destiny will be part of the pre-show debate against Terrence Popp, and Terrence Popp is an up-and-coming veteran. Kind of from the red pill community, manosphere.
Yeah.
So it's kind of all
Right.
be about red pill and manosphere debates that night in Dallas.
Interesting. Yeah. So it seems that we got like a theme going with this event.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's what tends to happen. But sometimes we mix it up. Like we just had Destiny versus Constantine Kissin in London.
Right.
And to open for that event, and they were talking all about politics and political disagreements. But before they went on, the pre-show debate for that one was a God debate between Stephen Woodford. He's got the channel Rationality Rules versus Glenn Scrivener.
He has long hair. I know the guy. Yeah, English guy.
Yeah.
He's really interesting. You have a remarkable reach. Your networking is absolutely impeccable, sir. I'm genuinely impressed. Kudos to you on that. But I do got to back a bit, if you don't mind me saying so. Regarding Destiny, do you really think it's ethical to be hosting him, considering what he said about particularly? I'll just be shut up with you, Chloe Compatory, because here's my angle when it comes down to the ethics of debate. Now, there are a lot of people that say edgy stuff. You mentioned Hassan Piker. 9/11, America deserved it, etc., etc. A lot of people would say Donald Trump. He does hate speech in the regular. He's someone that should be impeached, or at the very least, to put it very lightly. So obviously, it is natural in this space for feathers to be ruffled, and that goes with the territory, and that's all well and good. That keeps it interesting. But here's the line I make. When you are taking your crosshairs outside of your direct opponents, when people choose to willingly enter the fray with you, to have that one-on-one, to lock horns, so to speak, they consensually enter that arena. They enter those blood sports. They know what they're getting into. But when Destiny went out of his way, again, he was in no way prompted to do this. Like he just decided for whatever reason this is worth sharing. to mock the family and mock Corey Compatore. Remember, the guy got killed and shot in Binghamton, Pennsylvania.
Who are you saying? Try to slow down a bit. It's a bit hard to hear you. Who are you saying Destiny mocked?
Sorry. Corey. Remember when Trump was almost killed in Butler, Pennsylvania?
Yeah. And the question is, did Destiny mock Corey? Who was it? What was the last name?
And my voice, is it clear, by the way? Am I coming in through clear enough, by the way?
You sound a bit muffled to me on my end. But
sorry, is this any better, sir? Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Just say the name in question. Corey who?
Corey Compatore. It's Italian name. You can look it up. You should find it. He was honored by directly by J.D. Vance and Donald Trump not long after when they're doing their, I think.
Wait, Travis, he's talking about the firefighter that was killed at.
Yeah, the firefighter. Yeah.
When the Trump's assassination attempt occurred and that guy missed.
Yeah. So
hit the firefighter in the audience.
Right. So it says, based on what I'm seeing here, Destiny referenced him as a fucking retard because of some of his social media posts. And then he also said, fuck the firefighter guy during a live stream discussion of the shooting, stating that he would make fun of people killed at a Trump rally and refusing to offer sympathy in the way many critics expected. So, yeah, I mean,
which means someone like
would I call? Well, let me finish. Would I call someone a fucking retard with regards to their social media posts? No, I don't think it's a good thing to do that. I think it's a bad thing to do that. Saying fuck the firefighter guy who just got shot during a discussion of the shooting. Do I think that's good? No, I think that's a bad thing to say. Stating that he would make fun of people killed at Trump rally and refusing to offer sympathy to the way many critics expected. No. So I disagree on these three things with Destiny. And it's not the only three things I disagree with Destiny on, but that's not, that's not how I go about providing platforms for people. If I did that, I would have never worked with Jordan Peterson. And I worked with Jordan Peterson on some of the biggest events that he's ever, been involved in.
I understand, sir. I understand, sir. But if I can make my case, that's what I'm trying to get as much information on as quick as possible. Hopefully you can hear me. But the difference between someone like, and I did try to give this caveat, the difference between someone like Donald Trump or Jordan Peterson or even Hassan Piker, like people that are regularly, they regularly others, to varying degrees. But that obviously comes with the territory, and that's not only expected, but that's well and good. We want people to sort of stand on their feet and think and be roused. But here's the thing: when you're and it's not just social media posts. That's not the issue. He literally mobbed him because he was at a Trump event supporting Trump, and him getting killed was deemed as being a justifiable act, something worthy
No.
of
No.
No.
That was not called it. That was not called a justifiable act by Destiny.
No, but let me make the argument. No, let me make the argument. So, but I understand it's not here. But I thought this is like a debate platform, so I'm just trying to make the pitch.
Make your case. I'm just responding as you go because I'm trying to deal with some of this stuff as it comes, as opposed to waiting for the whole thing. But keep going.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is, we don't have to argue semantics. That's secondary. But I just to quickly clarify, when you mock someone for their own death, that is inherently an act of justification. So, for example, if someone
it is a what? You think that's a justification?
It's an inherent. I'm saying no. He didn't literally say the words because Destiny's a smart guy. We all know he's a smart guy, so he can, even though he's unhinged, he could massage his message to make it the baseline palatable, and that's what he did. But here's the thing: when you mock something, you are consigning a baseline justification for it. Just like
No.
how, for example, I don't know, if your friend was acting a fool
Yeah.
and they ended up harming themselves, when you mock them for it, you're understanding that there's a level of culpability they had in what you ultimately mocked them for. Otherwise, you wouldn't mock them. You wouldn't mock someone who just they had their life savings stolen if they did
what do
everything in
you
their power
think was
to keep
what how are you using mock here? Because he called the guy a fucking retard for some of the social media posts he made. Again, I don't think
not
that's
social. No, it's not. It's not.
I
It
don't
has
think
nothing to do with
that's
social media. It has nothing. It has nothing to do with social media. It's everything. The fact that he was at the Trump rally, he was a
yeah
Trump supporter,
well
and he got
there's
shot, and he
three
made explicitly clear. He said,
there's
and he said his exact word. If anyone,
do you have
hello?
the quotes in front of you? Because I'm an empiricist. I care about this. I care about the evidence here. So I'm looking at the evidence here. So the last one was stating that he would the last one is stating that he would make fun of people killed at a Trump rally and he refused to offer sympathy in the way many critics expected. Now, yeah, do you think so?
Well,
You're
let me ask
saying
you. Let me put it
like making, oh my God, yeah,
well, that's a justification.
yeah. So
Hello?
what do you want? So what do you want? Do you think Destiny should be deplatformed
I'm not trying.
for this mockery that you see?
Yeah. Well, let me just make something clear. When I speak, I don't want I don't want the impression to be that this is what I want. I'm just trying to speak on objective ethics and trying to hash that out here. You know,
Yeah.
if you feel differently, I'm here to hear what you have to say. But let this not be tied to any one person's sensibilities. So that's just number one. But
Well,
number two, what I'm
you're
saying is
bringing it
that
up, so I don't want to just hang on. If this is something, if this is your position, I'm fine with this back and forth. But I don't want to debate a hypothetical situation. Like if it's your position, I can debate this with you. But I will be curious to ask you how many other people out of all of the people.
Position, but
Hang on, let me finish. I'd be really curious to ask you how many other people besides Destiny who mock the dead you've raised a stink over.
So, but if I'm interrupting you, I apologize because you're cutting. Like the connection isn't really great, so it's not. It's not. I'm not doing it deliberately, just so that we're clear on that. Here's the delineation I was making. I made it at the beginning, and maybe you didn't catch it. So what I'm saying is this: when you are engaged when you're directly locking horns with someone, like they consent to get in the mud with you, that's all well and good, and you go at it to the fullest extent possible. Short of like doing criminal slander or something. Yeah, you say whatever it needs to be said in order for you to advance the argument. But these are people that consent to being in the arena. When you consent to being in the arena, then the gloves are off. But when you have someone outside of that arena, he's literally by any reasonable definition a literal hero, shielded his family from certain death during that assassination attempt. Innocent, literally an innocent person, had nothing to do with whatever kind of web of malice this man is spouting. So he did not consent to be in the arena. He wasn't directly locking horns with Destiny. So when you use your platform, use your power in order to denigrate someone who and absolutely did not consent to be brought into the mud with you, that's a violation of ethics.
No, it's not a violation of it. What ethical standard do you operate on? Like you're talking, you're talking.
You want a golden rule?
The golden rule?
Yeah.
Yeah, the golden rule falls apart easily. It's a very weak piece of philosophy. Do you want
me?
Well, I mean, what about people who think it's they're fine if people have the ability to punch them in the face and steal their stuff, that's fine happening to them. They're fine with that rule. So they're going to go around punching people in the face and stealing their stuff. Like the golden rule in high resolution philosophy is just it's not a good piece of philosophy. It's there's easy defeaters for it.
So if you take any principle, if you take any guideline and isolate it, you could always and invariably come up with a scenario that would exploit it. But that doesn't mean
Okay,
it's
try to
invalid. Just
exploit.
like how,
Okay,
for instance,
try to exploit my moral quest to maximize well-being for yourself and those around you, and using well-being, physical, mental, and social health as a moral metric. You can try. And again, this is grounded in my this is grounded in my own ethics. But I'm telling, which is subjective. But I'm telling you I'm asking you to go in internally and do an internal critique, and try to see where you disagree with that. I'm just saying, like when you say, I'm just saying, like when you say golden rule for stuff like this, I don't think it's very, very strong. So, for example, the death of George Floyd, right? You might think George Floyd is not worth one's moral consideration, like this, hero you're talking about in this other case. But like George Floyd was heavily mocked and made fun of after his death by many people. How many people, and give me specific names, did you call to be deplatformed, or you call into question their platforming with regards to George Floyd?
if you can point me to an example of someone saying, "Hey, I'm really glad that that Negro died because he's an ugly Negro and you need to be exterminated," I would absolutely condemn that. But you see, when people mock him or make jokes about him, which, by the way, I'm not against edgy jokes. Like I'm trying to be very precise here. I'm trying to not cross on my T's, dot on my I's, so you fully understand where I'm coming from. Like edgy, like 9/11 jokes, for example. I laugh at a number of 9/11 jokes. People say it's too soon, but you know what? Oftentimes, levity is the best way to process things.
Do you laugh at Destiny's jokes about like the jokes he made about Charlie Kirk being assassinated?
I actually did, because some of them were actually witty. Like, for example, I don't know if I don't think it was a Charlie Kirk joke specifically, but he made jokes about when Corey Compatore, ironically enough, when he died, he made some jokes about, that's just one less vote in Pennsylvania, something like that. Like he made some genuinely witty comments from what I remember. But see, there's a difference between laughing at someone and laughing with someone. And when I laugh, when Destiny makes me laugh, you see, I'm laughing with him. And we should always strive to have people laugh with us, but not at us. There's a big difference, you see.
So I'm trying to. I want you to get to the point of platforming. Like you're asking why, why are you willing to work with Destiny? Like what's the issue? You think if someone makes jokes or makes political comments that you don't like, that they shouldn't be platformed? And then that's a very slippery slope, right?
No,
okay,
I didn't say that.
What is the point? What is the point of this?
Well, let me ask you this: if someone were to go out of their way to express their glee that George Floyd died simply because he was a black man, and I love seeing black men get killed. Do you think it would be ethical to further this person's career in the media space? Do you think that would be ethical?
It depends. Yeah, I mean, I've platformed people who have said, insane shit that I disagree with. I've platformed anti-vaxxers who are, literally spreading misinformation that causes direct death. So like, of course, if what they are promoting or what they're well known for is gaining enough traction, and I think that there is good reason by the standard of maximizing well-being to put them on a stage to have them challenged publicly, then I'll do that. Yeah. If you think about things in the way you're thinking about it, which it doesn't sound like you have a very strong, discernible, rational enterprise with regards to your ethical foundations, because when you just say like golden rule, like I'm not sure how much of this stuff has been worked out.
What do you want me to say exactly? What's wrong with that? What do you mean I worked out? I explained it. I explained in very much detail. I answered every question you gave to me. What's wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I would want to understand your ethical calculus that is behind what you're talking about here. No, you didn't explain it. You said golden rule.
It. Yes, you did. I said a bunch of. What are you talking about? We've been speaking for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
No. You're not listening. your ethical standards by which you are measuring these moral instances. That's what we haven't gotten to.
I live by the golden rule, and if you don't like that response, I don't know what to tell you. But I went into depth as to, like, when you ask me questions like about George Floyd, I answered that in depth. I answered in depth the delineation I was making between someone who chooses to get in the arena and lock horns with someone, and one who takes the platform and media and subjects someone who is totally and hasn't consented to be put into the mud with you and vilify them when they're literally innocent. It's not even like this person did something wrong and you're condemning it. This person is factually, legally innocent, and you are, through mockery, presenting this as being an acceptable outcome. These are real lives. Like the people, you can just maybe have a little bit of empathy here. If this was your father, if Corey Carpenter was your family,
no. Hang on. I already told you I disagreed with the statements. Don't start grafting that onto me. You got it?
I know, but I understand, dude. I understand you disagree with it, but I'm just trying.
Well, I'm going to give you a server mute because I want you to listen very carefully. When I give you when I give you my prescriptive attitudes towards something you bring up, it's very important that you don't graft those things again back onto me after I've already described this to you. Because if we keep doing that, it's just going to be we're wasting time here. So my thing is I would like to understand more clearly what kind of ethical or moral calculus you have going on, because right now you said you live by the golden rule, and you're, and I've asked you for, like, how do you respond to, like, the George Floyd instances, and how have you cherry picked those issues and called out other creators like Candace Owens and a bunch of other people who seem to have mocked George Floyd when George Floyd was killed. So there's some of this stuff here. Like,
did I not answer you?
I'm a very okay, but try to stay in one lane. Let's treat it lane by lane.
I have,
because okay, go ahead.
So okay, I'm sorry that you feel the way you do. I'm actually genuinely surprised. I'm speaking with a very light head right now. I'm not animated. I'm not even trying to do a gotcha. I'm not trying to make you look bad. I'm just like, it seems like you clearly love, I was under the impression that you love having a discussion. And this is clearly an interesting topic, because it's not every day you get someone who's, like, literally, this is not my opinion, literally mocking the dead for being
it happens all the time. It
And
happens all the time. This is not.
No, it doesn't.
This happens all the time. People mocking dead people. It happens all the time.
Well, on the internet, you see a lot of sketchy stuff. But okay, what doesn't happen all the time is that you see someone who's a prominent voice, respected by many, and who is also engaged in a variety of conversations with other people that are also respected. To see someone like that come out, it's one thing you go on the internet and see some rando be like, "Oh yeah, that bitch deserved it," etc., etc. That is a total, it's non-applicable. That's not a fair comparison whatsoever, and you know that. But to see someone of Destiny's stature, like, for example, if Lauren Southern, when she came on here, would be talking about, those trans folks, I really think they suck, and they can die for all I care. A lot of people say stuff like that on the internet. Coming from someone like her, that's obviously significant, right? You would agree. She would say that. Correct? So that's why I say it's significant with someone like Destiny.
Yeah. It's, this is...
Well, I'm right, obviously.
I don't think you're being helpful. Statements like,
am I wrong?
Statements like, I'm right, obviously, aren't going to get you very far here, Julian. It's gonna,
dude,
you gotta, you have to just. I think I don't think I can have a fruitful dialectic with you. I'm not going to kick you from the server or anything, but I'm just going to warn you to, like, when you're engaging with people here, make sure you err on the side of your most helpful, good faith self. Okay. But the way the way you're approaching this, you know, I don't think it's going to work out for very long for you here if you continue this way. But
what did I do that was wrong, sir?
I don't see value in continuing this particular discussion with you.
I understand, but what did I do that was wrong? But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But can you explain to me? Because you claimed I did something objectively wrong. What is that?
I didn't claim you did something objectively wrong. Do you hear what you just did?
So what did I do that was wrong? So when you say that you said,
okay, you're getting server muted again. Okay. It's going to be very difficult for you to have any future in this community if you, like you've done many times, straw man me and graft things onto me that I did not say. Okay? So you can take some time out. Anyways, that's the end of the live stream. Yeah, what up, Trey?
Hey, what's up, Travis? I've been trying to follow, and it's hard to follow. I think it's just cancel culture. And like, you can't, basically the argument is like, you can't host Destiny because he said something bad. And to me, that just sounds like a form of cancel culture.
Yeah, so now Julian says, well, you're just a liar, Travis. Okay, now you're getting banned. So there, you didn't last very long in the end anyway. It's too bad. But yeah, I mean, this is what I was getting to. I want to know like what the objection is. And then he first said, you know, I'm talking about, you know, what other people think, you know, don't make it about what I think. And then I'm like, well, I don't want to talk about what other people think. If you think this, I'm happy to discuss it with you. I don't know. People can rewatch the tape. Anyways, we've been live for like, a fucking long time, 5.5 hours. Well, it's definitely tavern time. It looks like we got people down in the tav. I'll be down there in a bit. Just got to step away for a minute, but I'll be back. Thanks to everyone who engaged today. It was a great day on the stream.